Oh, shoot. I just saw something. I gotta check what the dashboard actually says. Whoopsie McDoopsie. One moment. Yep. There we go. Perfect. Mess that one up a bit. Because we're not playing Brawl right now. We're not going to be brawling for it all. We're just going to be playing... I want to play some Worth the Raid Mother. I've always loved this deck. It's basically a huge spell deck featuring some really, really, really awesome cards. So, just always love this deck. TVW. I think I added in some new cards into here too. So, 1, 2, 3. You don't need Gamble in this deck. This is not a Gamble deck. Alright, so this is not the version playing Primal Surge then, right? Okay, good. No, it's not. Yeah, Treacherous Terrain came in. I think from Kaladesh that was supposed to come into this deck. We need Panharmonicon. Good, that's in. Alright, so we are looking for... Let me check through Aether Revolt, Kaladesh, red, green, colorless. Anything that's supposed to be in this build before we mess it up. Oh, that's what Man, I am. It's really lacking right now. I forgot to open Twitch chat as well. Jeez, Tom. Come on. There we go. Not playing Gear Hulk. This is in a Gear Hulk deck. I need to play Caravan. Heroic Intervention is not being played because since they draw a card on it, we're not going to Ori either, I don't think. Nah, this isn't an Ori deck either. We could Bestiary. You know what? I have Bestiary in like five different decks, and I still haven't played it once. So I'm putting Bestiary in this deck, even though it's probably wrong. Just because I'm that, actually should probably just play Wildest Dreams. Whoops. Okay. Wildest Dreams over Bestiary. Let's have some fun. Howdy, Dalamon. What up, Captain? Andres, good to see you. TVWWW. Players, free for all, allowing all players and watchers within 1 win in 40 minutes. Hello and good luck. I did just turn it. Man, MTG bot, it's wonderful when you're back up to full capacity. It's just a good thing. Scrap Trawler. This card is one of those cards that's always going to seem good, but I'm not sure it's good. That's kind of where I fall on Scrap Trawler. Like, it's obviously good in, like, Brea, but beyond that, I'm just not sure. Got a foil Consulate Dreadnought. This card will never see play. That's fine, that's fine. I don't think this deck is missing anything else, really. Not a Monstrous Onslaught kind of deck. Appetite for the Unnatural is actually pretty tempting in this build, just because destroying artifacts and enchantments is really important. But, oh, looks like it doesn't matter. We have a beautiful hand. Oh my word. Gonna wish our opponents hello and good luck. And they say, hey, what's going on? Sometimes I lie in bed to get all what in my head. I feel a little familiar. We are playing Wart the Raid Mother. 4 double red green for a 3/3. Ooh, Dracodon. Temple of Abandon. We want to put non-lands on the bottom right now. Wart is a 6 mana 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 1/1 red green Gom Warrior creature tokens. Each red or green instant or sorcery spell you cast has Conspire. Conspire is a very unique keyword from Shadowmoor. You can tap 2 creatures that share a color with the card, and then you can cast it. It's cool that way. Veteran Explorer, you say. Ooh, that was a beautiful draw. That forest was important. Because now I can play Gyre Sage, play Elder afterwards, and then be able to play Ravine, crack Yavi Elder, and go from there, which is wonderful. Veteran Explorer is also pretty cool. It has a green mana for a 1/1. When it dies, each player can search their library for up to 2 basic lands. Then each player searches their library, this way he shuffles it. Our top left player is playing the Purple Hippo Love Feldegriff. 1 green, white, blue for a 4/4 legendary, Feldegriff. For a green, it gains trample and an opponent gets a 1/1 hippo. For a white, it gets flying and someone else gains 2 life. And for a blue, you can return it to your hand and target opponent may draw a card. Our middle player is playing Sliver Hivelord. 5 mana for a 5/5 Sliver. Slivers you control are indestructible. Our top right player is playing Child of Alara. 5 mana for a 6/6 Trampler. When it dies, destroy all non-land permanents. They cannot be regenerated. We're not going to take the Temple of Discovery here. So Temple of Discovery is probably one of the best sorceries in Commander. It's a 4 mana sorcery. Search your library for a land, period. Can be non-basic. Put it onto the battlefield untapped. And then each opponent can do the same. For each opponent who does this, you get to get additional land out of your deck. Which is awesome. Addy Zombub. Good point. Kylie Meters mentions that it sees play in the 7-Eleven convenience store theme deck. I will not take the temptation. I shall not be tempted. And it fails. So here's something weird about this deck, this card in Magic Gathering Online. It's kind of bugged. When only one person takes it, or when like less than everyone takes it, you don't get all the land you're supposed to off of it for some stupid reason. So they should have gotten additional land, but MTGO says, nah, not enough people took the tempting offer, so you get nothing. Which is very annoying. So they paid 4 mana to get an untapped land out of their library, which honestly isn't that bad. There aren't that many cards that actually do that in the first place. So I've always loved Temple of Discovery. I think this card is incredibly powerful. Just because there aren't many cards that say 4 mana get a land out of your library and play untapped. Those don't exist. I'm excited to see what this Child of Alara deck is trying to do. I'm assuming it's not, this is a good indication, it's not just a Wrath TM deck, which is good because those decks are the most annoying. Doop, 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 doop. We're going to cast Yavimaya Elder. Check out, this is going to be really cute actually. Then we're going to attack our top right player for 2. Hopefully they block. Which they will. Then we're going to get 2 lands into play. Specifically 2 mountains. I guess we can get a mountain and a forest. Which we can then use to pop our Yavi Elder to draw a card and put 2 lands into our hand. Which is beautiful. This looks like it's going to be a Gods in Heaven deck. This is what I call these decks. Basically, it's a deck just filled with gods. This may still be a Wrath deck, quote unquote, that's just filled with Wraths. Because cards like Perforacious indicate that. But we do have a blue player that may be playing counter spells, which is the best counter to a deck like this. So I'm excited to see where they're trending with this build. Our Hive Lord deck already has Domain online. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll be able to cast our commander next turn. And then in the following turn, be able to double Boundless Realms. Which is my current goal for what we're trying to do. And then, of course, we have... Don't tell anyone we have Warp Rolls in hand. So, we'll just go from there. What up, Fudge? Good to see it. Life's going well, actually. I just recently got a slight promotion over at my job at Florida Hospital. Which, again, is a Florida hospital, but also named Florida Hospital, even though it's a Florida hospital. I love that about this. About the place I work, it's called Florida Hospital. It's a large chain, so good luck. But my favorite part about it is it's in Florida, thus Florida Hospital. But it's also a Florida hospital in Florida, which is I think is hilarious. So yeah, I was just given I've started training in the position of relief charge nurse. So basically, we have 2 charge nurses, but nurses work 3 days a week because you work 12 hours. So then there's an extra day each week where you can have someone fill in. We haven't had a relief charge for a while because our last one quit because of irreconcilable differences is what I'm going for. So, yeah. Thanks. It's pretty cool. Whenever I get picked to do relief charge, I make exactly $1 whole extra an hour, which is hilarious. But I'm definitely excited to kind of try out the role. Which should be pretty fun. Howdy, Bash. That's right, Kyle. I work at Florida Hospital, Florida. That's right. That's the one. I work at a hospital in Florida called Florida Hospital. That's a hospital in Florida. MTGO did have an update. The biggest update is that it now properly showcases commander damage, which I think is really important. So when someone gets dealt damage by a commander, a little shield pops up next to their name that is red and has a number in it, and you can click it, and it shows the amount of commander damage that player has been dealt over time. Addie Mage Van Geek. Let's see what comes down from the Silver Hive Lord. Perforos probably the scariest of the... That's a sturdy hatchling. I know what this deck is. This is our Color Matter Sliver Hive Lord deck. Alright, I'm in. I like this deck. Where should you start swinging the Felidgriff? Wherever you'd like. That's the answer. I promise. And here's Daragaz Caldera coming down. You have to return a non-layer land to your hand when it comes into play. But it taps for Jund, so that's nice. I like it. All I did was I saw Sturdy Hatchling, and I'm like, oh, I know what deck this is. This is Sturdy Hatchling. Okay. This is the 5 Color Matters deck. This is the deck where, for about 3 minutes straight, I kept wondering, did you notice there was an egg in every single Hatchling card? And everyone kept saying, Tom, there's an egg in every hatchling card because hatchlings are eggs. And I was like, and I didn't really read chat for a while until I looked to the right, and it was just like, Tom, they're called hatchlings. Of course there's eggs in the back because they're hatchlings. And it was like, oh yeah, good point, they're hatchlings because they're hatchlings. Yidris hits the field here. Blue, black, red, green for 5/4 Trampler. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, as you cast spells from your hand this turn, they gain Cascade. You're going to GB Brisbane soon? Dude, have fun. So, number one advice I can give you on that one. Alright, let's see what our Chowdalar deck is playing next. Maelstrom Nexus. Alright, so we have multiple... We have 2 different 5-color decks. One looks to be a God's deck. The other looks to just be having a lot of fun with Maelstrom Nexus. I love this spell. White, blue, black, red, green for Mythic Rare Enchantment. The first spell you cast each turn has Cascade. We're going to sacrifice a Yavimaya Elder. We're going to find 2 basics, put them into our hand, and then also draw a card. So we're just going to grab a forest and a mountain. And we're going to draw a card as well. Ooh, Soul Ring, you say? I don't mind if I do. Alright, so how do we play this turn is a great question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have possible 7 mana. We could Boundless Realms here. Or we could cast... I guess we can go Soul Ring, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cast Boundless Realms and play Raging Ravine? That seems pretty good. Alright. This will make us the target 100%. And I understand this, but... Whoa, what is it trying to do right now? There we go. This is certainly going to make us the target for this game, but I just kind of would like to get the extra lands into play. Plus, we won't draw them now, hopefully. Blooped. Alright. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 on turn 4. This is what normal people do. Thanks. Is you just really expensive on MTGO? I don't know, Clayton Clay Davis. That's a great question. It's sitting pretty at $20.26. Just wonderful. Ooh, Will Lift Liege. So this is another... This is really funny at this point, I think. So we have 2 different 5 Color Matters decks. That's hilarious. Well, this one is... Sorry. We have 2 different players who are playing a deck featuring Wilt Leaf Liege. Both of these decks are playing Wilt Leaf Liege. And this is... Okay, so there you go. They've been dealt 6 of 21 damage from Felidgriff. So this may be a Felidgriff Stompy deck, which I've seen and I actually think is better than people give it credit. It's a deck just built around playing Felidgriff and doing insane things. Yeah. Ooh, okay, we're going to be taking 5 damage from Yidris here, which is appropriate. Now their spells are going to have Cascade, which is also appropriate. Are we Warp Worlding next turn? I don't think we're Warp Worlding next turn. I know that we're going to be casting Ulamwald Hydra, though. Although, I don't know. Let's see what happens this turn before we make that decision. Because we have a lot of really good cards in hand, and there's a lot of really cool things we can do with them. Alright, for 4, we are going to have... Ooh, for 5. Alright, their own Maelstrom Nexus being cast. Oh! Maelstrom Nexus with Cascade never happens because of how Maelstrom Nexus is worded, but that's hilarious. Alright, what are we cascading into? A Simi-Signet, that's fair. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, do we have enough mana to do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do. I'm very tempted to do that because that's kind of how this deck works. I love it. These people are doing it. I don't really know what it is yet, but they're certainly doing it. It's a rather fair way to put that, I think. The other nice part about Conspire is that it does do a very good job of getting around counterspells, because you put a copy on the stack, and that makes life a lot better. Alright, let's see what our Child of Alara deck is going to go for this turn. This is going to be Big Baby. Spreading Plague. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, destroy all other creatures share a color with it. They cannot be regenerated. Alright. It cascades into Silverglade Pathfinder. 2 mana for a Dryad Spellshaper. 1 in a green, discard a card. Search your library for a basic land. Put that card onto the battlefield, tap, and shuffle your library. So I may just look to Terracodon, getting rid of like the Nexus, and the Spreading Plague. And then that'll also kill all the green creatures, i.e. all of the creatures, and then we can go from there. This is going to be pretty good, actually. We're going to cast Terracodon. It's going to put a Spreading Plague trigger on the stack. Then we're going to destroy the Spreading Plague, which is going to then kill all the tokens that are coming out of this Terracodon. Which is nice, actually. This is smart. They're going to... Really? Don't give that player the card. Alright. They're going to return their Feldgriff to their hand in response to the Terracodon coming into play. Which is very smart. Doesn't mean our top right player draws a card, but very smart. This way the Feldgriff does not perish. But my deck can't function under Spreading Plague. It is a real thing. And we get to keep the Terracodon. Did I forget to mention we get to keep the huge 9/9? We get to keep the huge 9/9. Which is nice. So we could cast our commander here over casting the Hydra. It's an interesting call, actually. I think I'd rather just get the Hydra into play. It's a 13/13 right now. Is there a Mirror Pool in here? There is. Good. We'll get a copy of Mirror Pool. And we'll just tap out and pass. Yeah, but my deck can't function under Spreading Plague. I'm really glad it's in the graveyard right now. What up, Sora? Good to see you. I don't know about Feldgriff being the best commander Logic Blade, but I do know that Feldgriff is certainly one of the most fun Bant commanders. There's no doubt there. Oh yeah, I am certainly Mr. Always Cast Your Commander. I believe that you should always cast your commander. I think that is incredibly correct every single time. I say this a lot, but your commander is a unlimited resource. You should always use your commander. Seriously. I actually don't mind Mirror Pool at all. I think it does a lot of really good things, especially going long in a commander game. And like in this situation right now, it could just make copies of a Terracodon and a Lumald Hydra, or make a copy of something like a Warp World. So it does a lot of stuff for us currently, and it's definitely something we look to do forward. Especially since I expect to see a Wrath effect from our Child of Lard player. Ooh, what's coming out of our Sliver Hive Lord deck? They're booting up the Chromanticore! We going in! Chromanticore going to be bestowed onto this elephant. It's going to give the creature Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, and Lifelink. That is a First Striking, Flying, Lifelinking, Trampling, Vigilant, 7/7 elephant who is ready to party. And then if this creature were to die, the Chromanticore would then just become a Chromanticore. Well, I am now excited. Was before, still am. I mean, we're taking 7 here, which I disagree with. Oh, I'll just block, actually. Yep, blocking with our Reach 14/14 here. Easy blocks. Everyone forgets this card has Reach. No one remembers this card has Reach. I remember it has Reach when MTGO lets me block with it. That's the only time I remember this card has Reach. So I wouldn't have suggested that attack going forward, but yeah. Hey Nugs, bye Nugs. Oh, this coffee turned delicious. Sora actually brings up a good point. A lot of people do forget about Reach creatures in green unless they're spiders. They only think Reach is on spiders, which I think is correct, to be honest. Alright, they have 3 sources of blue. Favorite Breach card. Favorite Reach card is Through the Breach. That's hilarious. Hedonist Trove! Alrighty then. 7-mana enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile all cards from target opponent's graveyard. You can then cast those spells, so they target they target the other 5-color player's graveyard. So they can now cast these 4 spells, and you can also play lands exile this way, but you have to cast on-land cards. All right, so this turn's going to be crazy. We have 2 different choices. We can either double Warp World. Can we triple Warp World? That's interesting. Can we triple Warp World? I have to do the math. I don't think we have enough. Huh. Well, let's start here. We're going to start by casting our commander. No, I don't think we can. But there's no way we're not Warp Worlding, so that's a thing. Eight. We're 1 mana away, funnily enough, from doing this. We are going to cast this with Conspire. Oh, can I? Let's only double Warp World. Let's be nice. Tap the 2 goblins. Let's Warp World twice. Alright, so Warp World is a very fancy sorcery. 8 mana. Each player shuffles all permanents they own into their library, then reveals that many cards from the top of their library. Each player puts all artifact, creatures, and lands revealed this way onto the battlefield, then does the same for enchantments. Then puts all cards revealed this way that weren't put onto the battlefield on the bottom of their library. A natural order Terracodon in turn 3? Jesus, that's insane. Well, let's start with Warp World. Okay. Looking good. Our opponent did hit their Perforos. And we've got Sun Titan triggers. We missed on a nice amount of things, funnily enough. You'd be surprised by what this looks like. We missed on Restock, Mana Geyser, and Chandra. But our second Warp World is going to be better than the first one. Because that's how Warp World works. Oh, there's a Parallel Lives. All right. I think we might have done it, boys and girls. I think we might have done it. This one might be the one that we done did. All right, let's get rid of this guy. Let's exile Sun Titan, Terracodon. Frankly, I don't think anything here. Yeah, nothing. So we're going to get a lot of lands into play. But wait, there's another one after this. Also, this Parallel Lives is going to double the amount of tokens we get from the Deranged Tournament and the Beetleback Chief. Oh, so we should have actually used this Terracodon. Oh, shoot, we messed up. We would have gotten a bunch more permanents for this. So we're going to float some more mana here. Yeah, I realized it right when it happened. I definitely should destroy my own things for Parallel Lives value. In response, Fact or Fiction by our top left player. I mean, we're gonna be fine. Like, it's gonna be okay. This is turn 6. I just want to put it out there. I'm just gonna F6 for right now. Seems like the most appropriate thing to do. Let's go Bant Charm in one pile versus everything else. I don't care about the rest of it. I care about Bant Charm. That's it. Period. End of discussion. They took the Bant Charm. This Rift's Grove really hurting, because now they have to return a land to their hand, otherwise they sacrifice this. Fine, then we won't have 6. We should have at least destroyed the Solemn, I think, actually, now that I think of it. Which cheap staples should you get in your next MTGO order? Fires, Parallel Lives, there's a lot of different things you can definitely go for. Eat this, get an extra basic. Let me think about that, though, because there's a lot of really good answers. Like, you should get all the Signets. You should get Lightning Greaves. You should get Cyclonic Rift while it's still cheap. You should get Swiftfoot Boots. We get 8 tokens here. Get 4 there. And then we do the second Warp World. Oh, Lord. I believe people call that the gosh darn game. Because that's the gosh darn game right there. Oh boy, oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We have haste in multiple different ways. This is actually, yeah, this is game, right? Like, we win. Pretty sure we win here. Alright, so let's start with Inferno Titan. The top right player concedes. That's fair. Terracodon comes back down. Ewit brings back Warp World. Deranged Hermit. Acidic Slime destroys the only non-layer land. Spinerock Knoll. Draw a card, 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 draw a card. Okay, so which one is this? This is the Soul of Harvest, that can eat the Defiler. This is a Solemn, that can eat the Tribe Elder. This is eating this. I actually have no idea what these triggers are. They're all just going to eat this Sakura Tribe Elder. That's the goal. This Tribe Elder is super dead. Goodbye, Tribe Elder. It's been nice. Archie, thank you for resubscribing. Oh my gosh. 30 months, man. That's awesome. So we have a nice amount of lands as well. And a Keswick Wolf Run, which is kind of cute. PT competitor, Archie. That's true. Can we replay Wart and Warp World again? We can, but at that point, we're just playing Solitaire. It's not wrong, though. Alright, here come the layers. Get it? Here come the layers. And here come the layers. It's a play on words, as the hip kids say. These guys are going to go real fast. All the ruins return themselves. You could say they're ruined. Always yield to go Rage Beast triggers. Always, yes, always yield to Soul of the Harvest triggers. Oh, that's right. Give me non-land abundance. Any order. Give me non-land. Give me non-land. Give me non-land. Give me non-land. I would like to please have non-land. Oh, Lord, this is insane. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This abundance card, huh? Haven't seen this do this in a while. Alright, go like that real quick. We're going to hide away. I definitely stacked my Chancellor of the Forge triggers wrong. That's correct. I would like to put dual casting mage under there, please. Any order. Acidic Slime destroys something. I already forget. Get a bunch of 1/1 hasty goblins. Oh no, the Rage Beast triggers. Okay. Goblins, time to eat this Defiler of Souls. Alright, goblins. You know your job. You have exactly one job. Eat this Defiler of Souls. That's all you get to do this game. It's a very simple idea. Just eat that thing right there. Nom 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 nom. Good job, goblins. Deranged Hermit triggers. Alright, this is even more awkward. We now have 8 2/2s. Alright. Time to beat this. Time to eat this Fusion Elemental. That's dead now. We're returning Warp World to our hand. Yes, please. Alright. Terraslon triggers resolving. Giving me 3 3/3s. Each of which are going to have to eat the Sphinx Sovereign. Alright, that's dead now. You're going to get a basic land to play. Specifically this forest. Get 4 1/1s, which cannot battle anything, thankfully. And then Inferno Titan triggers. So then we go Garrick. Untapping Hideaway and Mountain. Hashtag. Can I cast this? No one's been dealt damage yet. I cannot cast this yet. Mana Guards, it does nothing right now. That's a good point. Alright, let's just kill our opponents instead. Perforos. I know. Alright, cool. Just gonna make my guys big enough to kill both of my opponents right now. No, we're not warp worlding again. We're just gonna end the game. At this point, if we warp world again, we're gonna hit Panharmonicon and the entire game is gonna bug forever. We would fly too close to the sun, trust me. Let's just kill our opponents here. They're gonna destroy our Chronos Memorial, which is fair. So we have a lot of damage here. I kind of want to see how much damage this is, so we're going to parcel it out over 2 turns. So they're at 25. They go to negative 261. Good on us. So that was 387 damage on turn 6. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Your turn. You get 2 lands to play this turn. All right, that's the game. Oh man, it could have kept going. I just want to put it out there. Like, I think we had infinite warp worlds to the point where our opponents would have no permanence and we would have our entire deck on the battlefield. We would just went like, and that's the game. Sweet. All right, good job, Warp World. Gotta love it. So this deck is actually pretty simple in how it's built. You're trying to cast Warp World, Great Aurora, Genesis Wave, and that's about it. Like, really? This is your goal. You're trying to cast Aurora, Warp World, or Genesis Wave in order to hit token makers to utilize with Panharmonicon, Doubling Season, and Parallel Lives. This will allow you to basically just win the game on the spot. Ring of Three Wishes also does a good job in this deck. Not only does it get doubled by Doubling Season, but you have enough time usually to be able to play the ring, use the ring to find a Warp World or a Genesis Wave and go from there. It's also really good off a Warp World or Genesis Wave because it comes into play and then you can use it immediately to get another card to keep going from there, which is awesome. I just love this deck overall. How does this deck find Warp World? Usually just by either A, drawing to it, which is the most disappointing way to get to it, or Ring of Three Wishes. I think that's really about it. Like, we don't have many ways to automatically draw Warp World. This deck can function for a very long time without Warp World, and in fact can kill people very easily without it as well. So usually we're just like kind of hoping to draw either Warp World, G-Wave, or Great Aurora. All three of which are pretty much game enders for this deck. And what the Raid Mother gets to copy your spells like Seasons Past or Mana Geyser, which just gives you a stupid amount of mana. So Ward the Raid Mother just kind of supercharges this deck, and then you get to put 2 copies of spells on the stack, which is really important. If you play against a lot of people who play counter spells, you can cast a card like Warp World with safety because you can just copy it with your Ward the Raid Mother, put the copy on the stack, and then they have to have 2 different counter spells to counter your spell, which is really important. So I definitely like this deck overall. I think it's hilarious. And sometimes it does obnoxious things like it just did, which makes sense. This is the Wart the Raid Mother deck that only plays cards that start with W, which I'm also very tempted to play. Gonna be honest, this deck seems like a lot of fun. So I shouldn't even told you what this deck was yet. Everyone, close your ears. We're playing a deck that you do not know what we're playing. So for one of the commander clashes, the idea was to play a deck where every single card had the same letter in front of it. And the first deck I built was a Wart the Raid Mother Wart for the Win deck, which only had cards start with W. But I realized that I was playing a whole bunch of green and red, and I was like, I should probably play something completely different. And so I did. I ended up playing a Mizzix deck where all the cards started with M. But I still have this deck online. So yeah. Ooh, Crom. I love Crom. This is an interesting hand. Do we keep this hand? I think we can keep this hand pretty easily. We're going to go quick. Look at how fast this deck is. Grimstein, thank you for resubscribing, man. 2 months, that's awesome. Do we keep this hand? That's a really good question. I mean, we have 2 lands. How many lands are in this deck? We have 38. We have no ways to really get extra lands into play. Alright. That could be an issue. We should try again and see if we can get a better hand with more lands in it. Okay, this is better. I like this hand more. I'm keeping this hand. We're going to keep this hand. Why do I like Crom? I think this card is severely underrated as a commander. First of all, it's a 5 mana 4/4 flying with haste, which is great stats. That's like a limited breaking card. Like if you put this into a draft set, everyone would be like, why was WotC stupid enough to put this into a draft set? Number 2, you honestly get to draw cards off this guy very consistently, especially against players playing very well-tuned decks. So it ends up being a creature that draws you a bunch of cards and just is a constant threat to your opponents. Like, alright, 5 mana, 4/4, attack you for 4. And it's like, oh, hey, what? Why are you doing this? You're allowed to do this in Commander? And you're like, yeah, I'm allowed to do this in Commander. What do you mean? And it's really fun that way. I'm going to play a green mana 1/2. Oh, I love it. It's got Death Touch and Blood Rush, so I can discard Wasteland Viper to give target attacking creature +1/+2 and Death Touch until end of turn. Our top left player is playing Rexiel the Risen Deep. 3 double blue and a black for an island walking, swamp walking 5/8. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from that player's grave without paying its mana cost. If that card be put into a grave with this turn, exile it instead. Ooh, Wolfbrow Elemental. That's a real magic card. Play Wall of Roots. Attack our top right player for playing a Talisman of Progress. We do not wish for progress. That card also does not start with W. Our middle player is playing Kynios and Tiro Melitus. Red, green, white, blue for a 2/8 human soldier. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Each player may put a land card from their hand onto the battlefield. Then each opponent who didn't, well, they draw a card. And our top right player is partnering their Crom with Aishai Ojutai Dragon Speaker. A 4 mana 1 with flying. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, put a +1/+1 counter onto Aishai Ojutai Dragon Speaker. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are partnering Crom with Vial Smasher, which makes sense. Grixis is always a very popular combination. You can just go Vial Smasher, start dealing damage, then play Crom and do fun things. This Ristic Study has already drawn 2 cards, because whenever opponent casts a spell, you get to draw a card unless they pay 1. Cultivator's Caravan coming down. Vash getting a lot of value off this Ristic Study. Little does he know. Alright, so we are... Walker of the Grove is in this deck? Man, I really like this deck. Oh, are we going to have to let Vash draw a card to be able to kill that thing? We are. Okay, fine then. We're going to cast Wickerbout Elder. Vash can draw a card. But then during his turn, we're going to destroy the Ristic Study. So there's that, at least. So Wall of Roots is a very unique spell. It's a 2-mana 0/5, but you can put a -0, -1 counter on it to add a green 2-mana pull. You're literally cutting off the roots from the Wall of Roots. It's very interesting that way. But you can activate its ability once each turn, including during your opponent's turns. So I can take the counter off, use Wickerbout Elder to destroy the Ristic Study here, and keep going from there. Is Shy by the Sea? Tom, please pay your taxes. Yeah. I'm excited to see how this commander works. I think it's going to be very strong in this situation. Also, if we draw a land, expect us to cast Wolfbrow Elemental this turn. I don't want to play this wheel until we get a lot of cards out of our hand. Also, this Walker of the Grove, though. Hello and good luck. Wickerbout Elder, for the longest time, really, I had no idea where the actual card art was. I'm going to enlarge this. I know I can do this somehow, right? That's not what I do. Alright, Kainos and Tiro Meletus hit the field. We're going to have to draw a card because we don't have land. Where is this thing? Show preview pane. Excuse me, Magic the Gathering Line. I asked to show the preview pane. Thank you. So you may be thinking, hey, look at this guy's weird scarecrow head in Eventide. That's a weird scarecrow. Nope. This is his head right here. This thing right here is his head. This is a big old lantern on a big old tusk. He's a tusked out man, or a woman, or elemental. However you'd like to put it. So for the longest time, I'm not kidding, I've been playing with Eventide for years. Years on years on years. And I, for the life of me, never knew that this was the guy's head here, and this was just, you know, a big old lantern hiding off his tusk. Yeah. Ooh, Borrow Signet. Howdy. We do really need to draw land, though. Signal Pest isn't a bird. Another thing. Not a bird at all. It's just a guy with bird-like hands. He's got bird hands. Bird hands. Authority of Consuls? Okay. And a Burnished Heart. Ooh, Rack with Madness. It's a card in this deck. I think we're just gonna get ourselves a new hand here. I just need some lands. Hey, look, lands. Witch Hunt is in this? Oh, man. This deck is quality Magic the Gathering, I tell you what. Quality indeed. Send this at this player. Send this at that player. Let's see what we got out of these players' hands. They lost Windborn Muse, Realm Seekers, Path, Multani, and Swords. Nice. That's a lot of interaction that went away. This player lost Merc Strider, Rapid Hybridization, Demir Doppelganger, Cyrus Stagnation, Vamp Tutor. Alright, alright, alright. This player lost Mana War, Anger, Drag Under, and Niblis of the Frost. Okay. This is a spells-based Jeskai build. They had no blue yet. Which is good. Huh. Interesting. Warmonger is gone. Funny how money and war travel so well together. Oh, wow. Political system commentary. F8 will not work with the wall in play, sadly. Very, very sadly. The good news is I get to... We need some red mana, actually. What does this card do? Each player may search a library for X creatures, reveal them, put them in their hand. Then each player search their life. This way shuffles it. This card is terrible. Players can't gain life. Beginning my upkeep, this deals 4 damage to you. Beginning my end step, target opponent chooses at random against control of Witch Hunt. That's hilarious. We are so playing Witch Hunt next turn. Unless there's a better play, which there probably will be, but we'll find out together. Fitz. Oh, Fitzy. Goodbye. So Rexiel hits the field. Rexiel hopefully going to cast our... If this Rexiel attacks us, we're letting it cast Wheel of Fortune. This deck is certainly wild and wistful. You ain't wrong. Weatherseed Treefolk was going to be one of the strongest cards in this Urza's block set. It was an unkillable 5/3 for 5. Turns out, not that good. But the cool thing is I had the Weatherseed Totem. So the Totem is a 3-mana artifact that taps for green. And for 5 mana, it becomes a 5/3 with trample. That's a Treefolk artifact. Yep. And when it is put into a grave from the battlefield, if it was a creature, return it to its owner's hand. Time Spiral. The reason why a lot of older players will always love the Time Spiral set is because it just brought out all of these awesome things from Magic's past that were so much fun. Oh yeah, the creature was obnoxious and limited, but... I believe the term Unbeatable Scourge comes into mind when you think of Weatherseed Totem Unlimited. There's a lot of cards like that in the Time Spiral block that just reference older cards in Magic's history that are just so awesome. The one issue with Time Spiral is it is an incredibly inbred format. Or at least, it was an incredibly inbred block where you had to know a lot about Magic's history to really appreciate a lot of the most fun cards. Which led to the situation where a lot of people didn't really like it too much because you had to know of its history to really like the cards. Oh yeah, that's not a penis. Ooh, Crom hitting the field. Pew, pew, pew. Time to Crom. And as Tandaber's mentioned, Time Spiral also had like 18 keywords in it. A lot of one-time keywords too, like Frenzy. You only got one shot at Frenzy, and it was in Time Spiral. It wasn't that good. So as you'll notice, a little shield here saying 4 damage done so far. Ooh, a forest. We're going to cast Witch Hunt here. Wait, can I play the Totem too? 5. I think I can. Play a land. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, I can play both. Good. Play the Totem. Alright, Ishai, Ojutai, Dragon Speaker gets better. Gets bigger are words I should be using. Then we can use the Penis Cannon to cast Witch Hunt. Players can no longer gain life. At the beginning of my upkeep, Witch Hunt deals 4 damage to me. And at the beginning of the year on my end step, target opponent chooses at random, gains control of Witch Hunt. Which I find hilarious. Not good in the slightest, but absolutely hilarious. Alright. We're going to keep pecking game with this Wasteland Viper here. We're going to send that over there. Oh God, Gravestorm. And that is our first card for the Crom count. Alright, someone gets us that I do not know. Oh, Vash. You are the witch. You are a witch. By the way, if I was one of the opponents in this game, my first response was, who the heck plays Witch Hunt? We do. We're the Witch Hunt people. We're playing Witch Hunt. That's us. Vash is a witch. He's been hunted. Everyone believes Vash is a witch. Thus, he must be a witch. Oh no, it's an Urborg. Every land is a swamp. Rexiel can hit anywhere now. Yes, Malicious Mac, everything does start with W. This deck is in no way, shape, or form good. I mean, maybe you could possibly see someone playing this hand, but Weird Harvest? Really? No. Some of these cards are EDH playable, some of them are kind of like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Someone needs to explain everything that's going on right now. Ooh, this is a smart play, actually. They're going to attack in on the top right player, cast a Drag Under, hopefully bounce the Ashai Ojutai Dragon Speaker. Vash's Stampede in the top left is actually in the chat right now, which is hilarious. And it's just, the chat is just filled with stuff like, man, Vash, can you stop being a witch for like a second? It's an option available to you. They're going to Drag Under, bouncing the Ojutai Dragon Speaker back to their hand. The other players be like, WTF, what's going on? I was like, why are we playing Wild Guess? Oh man. Wild Guess was the card that revealed our plan? Oh no. How'd they figure it out? Oh man. Sometimes you just have to play silly decks to just enjoy Magic. This deck is so dumb. It doesn't really do anything. I have no expectations of winning the game, but by gosh, if it's not a whole bunch of fun. It's not good, but it's a whole bunch of fun. Cryptic Cruiser hitting the field. 4 mana 3/3. 2 and a blue. Put a card an opponent owns from exile in that player's graveyard and tap target creature. It's got Devoid. Okay. Does everything have tentacles in this deck? Is that the goal? What is our plan? Asked the gay unicorn of love. That's a fair question. Our plan currently is to get to a point where we can cast our commander. No, we're the witch? Oh, we are not a witch. You lie. I am no witch. Oh no, we're the witch. Oh, man. Well, the good news is this player can no longer gain life from Horizon Chimera, which is the real reason we played Witch Hunt. Drown him in seas if he does. Well, we're a witch now. What can I say? We started the witch hunt, we pointed our finger at somebody, and they revealed that we secretly were the witch the entire time. I can't believe they found out. How could they have known? Walking Archive hits the field. It's a 3 mana 1/1 that enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, they draw a card for each +1/+1 counter on Walking Archive. And for 4, you can put a +1/+1 counter onto Walking Archive. Oh man, the real reason we played Witch Hunt. The real reason we played Witch Hunt was obviously to prevent our player from gaining life from Horizon Chimera and to prevent the life gain from Authority of the Councils. And because it starts with the letter W. I mean, if we're going to be honest. Alright, we're about to get triggered here by Kainos and Tiro Miletus. We're going to draw a card. Hopefully a red land would be preferable. Aha! Wooded foothills! Yes! That gets mountains. Nice. Well, consider me a lucky boy. So we're going to wild guess away this weird harvest, because this card is patently terrible. Oh, man, the art for this card is disgusting. Oh. 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 Has anyone seen the art for this card before? We're about to be triggered. Like, we're not all triggered by your witchy ways. Thank you. I appreciate it. Imprisoned in the moon, going to turn Rexiel into a colorless land. But it's not. It will be shattered by the void. No. You stop that right now. Yeah, the art on Weird Harvest is a lot weirder than I thought it was. Like, there are weird chicken things coming out of these pods from this tree. Like, I've never looked at the art for this card enough to realize what's going on in it. But, my lord, you see this little chicken-looking guy in the bottom right here? That's what's coming out of these weird pod things. So, they're just being spawned by the tree. It's disgusting. Ashai! Ojitai Dragon Speaker returns to the battlefield. Whoop. Fitz, those are my shoes. Why are you going after my shoes? They're just shoes. I mean, it is a weird harvest, says Archie, who is not wrong. Oh, we're still beating me down with Crom? But I've done... I guess I am a witch. That's a good point. I am being hit by Crom because I am a witch. That's a good point. Ooh, this 8 looks really weird. Richard mentioned from Chi Goldfish that it's very weird that the font type for the commander damage is much different than the font type for everything else. Ooh, War's Toll, you say? Oh, this deck is so bad. This deck is like actively terrible and I love it so much. I would like a mountain, please. Give me one mountain. Thank you. I would like to get rid of this absolutely terrible Weird Harvest card that I'm never casting in my entire life. Also, thank you. Yes! Yes! There was exactly one card that was kind of like a combo breaker for this deck, and this is it. This is a real Magic card for real people. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boys and girls. Believe the term is that we've done it. We've done it officially. Stunt double? Uh-oh. Well, that's going to be really bad for our Wickerbell Elder attacking into our Shy player. Then I'll get a Rexiel with haste. Oh yeah, we're going to ride the wave. We're going to ride the wave all the way to Funky Town. Unless they get rid of our hand with Wheel of Fortune, which would be very disappointing. Well, let's let them draw a card, I guess. Boop! Weather Tree Folk, they draw an additional card from Crom. Does anyone have that Crom counter somewhere? The counter where we figure out that Crom is actually really good? Because that counter is going off right now, I'll tell you that. Alright, who's the witch? Because I am no longer the witch. I knew it! It's the Jeskai player. The Jeskai player is the witch. They're playing a black card in their Jeskai deck. They've been the witch the entire time. Have fun, Unicorn. Oh, we could have cast Wave there? Whoops. It's on me. But the good news is this player's a witch, so that's good. We're at 25. It's a wolf in Jeskai sheep's clothing. That it is. Well, it's really a witch in a Jeskai sheep's clothing. Alright, I'm not going to play Witch Hunt more often. This card is terrible. But if I just get to keep calling people witches for the rest of the time, I'm so in. Like, I couldn't be more in for that than right now. I also forgot this Weather Sea Totem was going to come into play tapped. I definitely forgot about that part. Oh man, this would have been a lot better to play than what we played this turn. We would have gotten rid of a lot of stuff. It would have been, I believe the term is hilarious. Ooh, Wretched Confluence. They're gonna destroy the Ashai and return a creature to their hand from the graveyard. Isn't that right, Fitzy? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Fitzy. Goodbye, Fitz. Yes, we had enough last turn to cast a Witch Hunt. I forgot about my Wall of Roots mana. That's on me. We should have cast it last turn, because it's very likely that we lose the Wave of Vitriol from our hand this turn. Alright, Sire Stagnation hits the field. This card's rather good. Oh, yeah, we should have cast Wave of Vitriol last turn. Because, yeah. That's certainly one of those bad things. So here's hoping they cast Rack with Badness. And not the... I guess I'm fine with the wheel now, because with this Siren play, if we cast Wave of Vitriol, everyone dies. Pretty sure. Yep, they're gonna wheel. Let's go, boys and girls. Let's go. Everyone's going to discard their hand, then draw that many cards. I mean, there's probably a card that gets this Wave of Vitriol out of our graveyard, right? Alright, here's the cast Wheel of Fortune. I'll have to take 5 for that. It's kind of annoying. Wave would have been good here before the Sire Stagnation. It is no longer good with the Sire Stagnation play. So now this is pretty good for us. I'm down for this, that's for sure. Just to find the deck, but that sounds like fun. Wildest Dreams is probably in this deck. That's a good point. Forgot about Wildest Stormseeker? Oh, they're gonna deal three damage to Vash in response. Also, Stormseeker? 4 mana instant, deal damage to target player, equal number of cards in that player's hand. Witness to Eternity. That's a really good name for that. Ooh, Wild Call. Ooh, Wild Pair. Ooh, Wolf Ear Man. Okay, we're gonna have fun. I don't even know how we're gonna have fun, but I promise we're gonna have fun. Alright, so let's see what went to people's graveyards here. They lost Una, Stronic Resonator. There's still Wretched Confluence in this player's graveyard, which I'm guessing is what they're gonna try and cast. Because you don't want to cast with Vitriol. Vicious Shadows is gone. Thank gosh. Vicious Shadows is a scary card. Rune Fire Trap is in here. Is that a Pixis of Pandemonium? It's a Pixis of Pandemonium. Pixis of Pandemonium. 1-mana artifact, tap. Each player exile top card of their library face down. Okay. Oh, man. That's actually really cool. That's really, really, really cool. So I just realized what this player is doing, and I want to talk about it because you guys might have thought of it before I did, but oh my gosh, this is awesome. So what our Rexiel player is doing is, whenever Rexiel exiles a card from someone's graveyard, they exile it. And then cards like Cryptic Cruiser and the other Devoid Eldrazi allow you to put those cards into their player's graveyard again. So you get to recast it with Rexiel, which means you always have the option to be able to recast the cards that go to the graveyard. That is so cool. That's such a good idea. Oh man, I missed that for so long. That's a wonderful idea. That's real smart. Wait, pixies and processors don't work? Oh, that'd be face up? Huh, whatever. Ghostly Prisoners of the Field. That is so, so, so cool. Is our deck an alliterative deck? I don't know what you mean. Just because we're playing Witch Hunt doesn't mean that our deck has to be special, okay? We're just playing a regular Magic the Gathering deck for regular old people. And also dying to this Crom Ludovic Opus. Three damage going with this Horizon Chimera. At our player with Sire Stagnation. Ooh, this Sire is going to get some good work in when we all put a land to play for Kainos and Tyros of Meletus. The funny part about Sire is you actually have to do it. So we might be able to mill out Jason here. Put this mountain into play. Sire's going to trigger twice. Ooh, that's a good drop for them. Reliquary Tower. Yeah, someone's got to kill this Sire Stagnation. They exiled our Wild Size. Oh no, not Wild Size. Alright, Witch Hunt's going to deal 4 damage to this player's face because they're a witch, in case you forgot. Don't forget that this player's been a witch this entire game. Alright, I want you to keep that in mind. For when whatever we do next turn doesn't work. The Kainos and Tyros land deck? I'm down for that. That was one of the first decks I wanted to build with these guys. Okay, we could stop attacking with Crom. I literally do nothing this game. Like, what if we didn't? You think I'm the witch? I'm obviously not the witch. We're hunting this person. They're the witch. Because someone who pronounces R's as W's use cards that start with R? No. That's not very appropriate. Does this deck just play every card with wild in its name? It might. I'm not too sure. But it's very possible. Sandibin, thank you for subscribing, man. That's awesome. We are playing a very dumb deck to subscribe during, but yeah, it's... I mean, our next turn is going to be Wild Parent of Wolfie or Avenger. That's kind of all we got right now. Might be good enough. I really hope we're not the witch. I'm going to be honest. If this Witch Hunt turns back around to us, we're probably dead. Ooh, they're amazing, the Rexiel. I didn't even know they had a Maze of Ith down here. It doesn't play Wild... That's a good point. Does not play Wild Griffin. I totally forgot about Wild Griffin. All right. Please, Witch Hunt. I need you to be on my side here. Please target someone else. I promise I'm not the witch, okay? 0% a witch over here. Total 0. I would like to not be named the witch right now. That is a... What just happened? They put a revoke privileges on the opposing Rexiel. Okay. and a... Is it hits a field? I am not the witch. This card is so dumb. So dumb. In all the best ways. That's exactly what a witch would say. Hey, excuse me. I take offense to that notion. Sounds good to me, banding. You don't just want to send me a banding tribal deck? I'd be down for banding. I always like explaining banding. It's a bunch of fun. Banding and phasing. That sounds like a blast. What is this? Oh, a Shai comes on the battlefield again. Please don't. Please. I'm not the witch. I don't need to be witch hunted right now. Yes, I'm not the witch. It's a Kinios and Tyros player. I knew the entire time. What I really like about this witch hunt this game is that it has found out that every single person in this game is a witch. Good job, witch hunt. Hey, look! Winding canyons. Oh, world spine worm. Oh, man. All right. Hello, boys and girls. Just going to cast Wild Pair. Oh, I love Magic the Gathering. It's the best game ever made. It just is. It just is. It just is. Always was, always will be. We will continue to not attack here. We're just going to pass. Damn board state. Yeah, this board state, by the way, has probably like has like the greatest amount of cards I've never seen played before on it. This is just insane. Wild Pair, though, does see a pretty decent amount of play. It's a 6-mana enchantment. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, if you cast it from your hand, you may search your library for a creature card with the same total power and dumps to put onto the battlefield. If you do, shuffle your library. This is definitely one of those cards that is also a lot easier on MTGO than it is in real life, because there's a lot less math, which is nice. So yeah, every single player so far it's so flavorful. The way this witch hunt has moved around the game is so incredibly flavorful. It's amazing. Like, I started a witch hunt and I accused the person closest to me. I was like, "You, sir, are a witch," and they were like, "No, you're a witch." And I'm like, "What? I'm not a witch. That guy's a witch." That guy all the way at the other side of the table, and he's like, "What? I'm not a witch. This guy next to me is a witch." And I was like, "Oh, he's a witch." This has been the most flavorful witch hunt I've seen in my entire life. It's exactly how a witch hunt works. It's beautiful. You'd like to see witch hunt explained with cups. It's not a bad call. I gotta get some cups, funnily enough. I also need to get some coffee. I keep forgetting to get more coffee. It's very disappointing. Gas Sword of Fugue. Gas Sword of Fugue is a 5-mana 4/4 that cannot be blocked. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player revealed their hand, you choose a card from it, and that player exiles that card. Crystal Shard hits the field as well. Ooh, Crystal Shard's pretty good against... Well, not that great against this double, but not bad either. Ojitai Dragon Speaker triggers. Crom triggers. Man, we should have a Crom counter somewhere. I need a Crom counter that just constantly goes up whenever an opponent draws a card off a Crom. That seems pretty important. Crom is going in right now. I desperately need coffee, okay? Don't make fun of my lack of coffee. I'm just disappointed. Maybe we won't be attacked by this Crom anymore. I'm the one giving big ups to the Crom. I'm a big fan of Crom. Crom and I, buddies. Go back a long way. Me and Crom, together forever. We be-Crom together. We be-Crom together. When the times get rough. Ain't nobody better. Oh, baby, baby, we become together. When you left, I lost a part of me. Is it so hard to believe? These are terrible decks. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, I'm not pretending these decks are great. Actually, okay, I am actually pretending these decks are great. Our top right player's deck is pretty good. And our top left player's deck is actually pretty good as well. Our deck is terrible. Our deck is a very, very, very bad theme deck. I understand it's a bad deck. We are playing Witch Hunt. I get it, 100%. Don't think I'm pretending, oh ho ho, we're one of those good decks, because we're not. But that's on purpose, at least. I'm not sitting here like, hey, what do you think about this Tribal W deck? Yeah, no one thinks anything of the Tribal W deck. It's a Tribal W deck. It does nothing. Although Turbo Fox mentions we are playing Wild Pair, so our deck cannot actually be bad. I beg to differ. We're playing War's Toll. We're playing Weird Harvest and Winds of Change. And a Walker of the Grove. I was playing Rack with Madness. I need to update this deck, funnily enough, with cards from, I think, Aether Revolt and Kaladesh. I don't know if we have any Kaladesh cards in this deck, which is very disappointing. Sort by name. We're missing out on Wildish. We have no Wildish Dreams in this deck. That's terrible. And Wild Wanderer. These are both really good cards for this deck that we don't have in here. So we're missing out on some really good ones, that's for sure. Yeah, no Wildish Dreams. I'm just as surprised. Which hunt are we playing? We're playing this hunt. We're playing Witch Hunt. That one. That one right there. This is the hunt we are playing. We also keep getting pinged by the Psychosis Crawler. Just getting a little bit annoying. Alright. So at the end of turn, we're going to cast this Wolfier Avenger. We're also probably going to play this Winding Canyons into play. I don't mind constantly being hit by this Cyrus Stagnation. It doesn't really affect me too much. We lost Wildfire and Warstorm Surge! Oh no! This is a terrible situation, actually. I'm getting very triggered. What up, Affinity? Yeah, Wolfier Avenger is exactly what we're trying to do right now. We lost Warstorm Surge, one of the actual really good W cards. It's kind of disappointing. I know, the only two good cards in the deck. Warstorm Surge and Wildfire, both exiled. We should probably cast this Wolfier Avenger before our deck gets exiled again, huh? Seems like a yes. Alright, oh, I always yield to this. Alright, well, let's see a 3-3 get exiled here. Got rid of our Whisper Soul Cloak. Man, you know what? I'm done with this malarkey. Let's cast Wolfier Avenger real quick. Let's see what we can get with a Wild Pair on this. It sounds hilarious. Alright, Wild Pair. Are you ready to be triggered? I know I am. I'm ready to be triggered. Alright, what's in this deck? Can we get anything? There must be other 3/3s, right? Must be. I would like to use the ability. There's a Wrecking Ogre and a Witch Stalker. Oh, Witch Stalker can be pretty good in here, actually. Whenever an opponent casts a blue or black spell during my turn. Oh, during my turn. That's pretty bad. Let's just go with Wrecking Ogre. That seems better. Alright, Wrecking Ogre and Wolfier Avenger. I wonder if there's another 15/15 in the deck. How can I justify running Mountains? I mean, the deck has to be able to function. It's honestly the reason why we're running Mountains. I understand commitment to a theme. I don't understand commitment to a theme to where your deck no longer works. So, we're committing to a theme to the max that we can commit to the theme. We're also at 12, like we're about to die. And we also cannot be targeted by this Witch Hunt. Number 1, because we're not a witch. Number 2, we'll take 4 damage. Please no, please no, please no. Yes! I knew it the whole time! Vash is a witch. Our first 2-time witch has been found. It was Vash the whole time. Oh no! Oh, we should have got the Witch Stalker, because there's a witch on the loose! Oh no, we savagely misplayed that turn! Oh, I failed you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait, we have to talk to Vash real quick. Vash. Capsize with buyback on Mazavith. Oh, Lord. Uh-oh. There's also a capsize with buyback going around. I mean, do you just ghost quarter your Mazavith in response? Or you can just nullify it. That works too. Willemug's Nullifier. 2 blue-black for a flash flying 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, you can put 2 cards your opponent's own from exile into their owner's graveyard. If you do, counter target spell. Looking to counter this capsize for sure. We clearly need to make a deck that is composed of witches, witch hunters, and other types of witches, because this is hilarious. I don't think you're wrong. If you could give yourself hexproof and have a bunch of witch hunt effects, not that it'd be good, just that it would be hilarious if it was possible. That does sound funny. There aren't that many other effects like this, though. Honestly, this is a very unique effect. Also, capsize just got countered, which is nice. And it would have to be Shroud, that's true. I don't think there's a single thing that gives yourself Shroud. You have to play, like, Ivory Mask? It'd be very weird. There just aren't enough witch cards, I don't believe. Yay, not attacking us. Yay, not attacking us. Come on, Crom, don't you... You can stop. Yes! Neither of these are attacking us. This is wonderful. Fitz, what are you doing? Oh, you're just being a cat. Okay. I apologize, Fitz. Witchbane Order is hexproof, though. So for anything we control, like Witch Hunt, it doesn't work. There's a real issue. Alright, they're going to maze the Ashai Oshatai Dragon Speaker here. They're going to let the Rexiel go through. So I wonder what they're going to try and cast from the graveyard. Runeflare Trap would be pretty vicious. I'm guessing it's just going to be like a Path or a Swords. Probably Path on Sire Stagnation, I think, is the best call. But we'll see what they go for. Oh, I don't control it, though. Oh, good point. It's only owned by me. So it wouldn't be able to target us anymore. So we should obviously play Witchbane Orb with Witch Hunt in play. Is Witchbane Orb in this deck? Do we have the combo? Witchbane Orb is not in this deck because it's a terrible, terrible, terrible card. Playing Witherskill Worm, though. Man, not gonna lie. I love this deck. It is so bad. Oh, there's a Rare Ancients Trend in this deck, though. Okay. There's some real Magic cards in this deck. I am continually surprised by how many good cards start with W. Alright, so they're going to get the Path to Exile here. Well, what are they going to exile? And why is it Sire Stagnation? Path getting rid of Sire Stagnation. They can't just bounce it in response with their own Crystal Shard if they really want to. They choose not to. A to Zedru deck? That could be fun. Be weird, though, because, I mean, that'd be 26 cards, so. That's definitely a better 60-card deck, I think. Even though it used to be running like 33 lands, but... Like to remind the audience that we're currently at 12. Big ol' 12. Kind of hoping for a Wrath effect sometime soon. Really good through a Wrath effect. Fairy Artisans hitting the field. Over a non-token creature enters the battlefield under opponent's control. Create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's now an artifact. Then you exile other tokens made by Fairy Artisans. This card is a quality Magic the Gathering card right there. Very awkward with World Spine Word. It's exiled, right? And a Mana Vault. Okay. Should be fine. Lavinia? Oh, shoot. That's disappointing. This will detain each non-land thing my opponent controls. Like, Moala Brutes. Interesting. Looks like we have something flashing into play from our Kainos and Tyros and Meletus deck here. They activate Alchemist's Refuge. It gives all non-land cards in there. You may cast spells this turn so they have flash. Pixis is going to trigger. Lavinia is a really good card, by the way. 5 mana 4/4, detains everything. Yay! We get to use our Wolfear Avenger here. That's awesome. I will not pay any mana. I would like this returned to my hand, please. No. Thank you. So now this is going to happen. We have to use this Weatherseed Totem. We're going to need to float a green, basically, in response to this Lavinia. Boop. I really hope it doesn't accidentally exile our Witchstalker here. It's a 1 in 56 chance. Cultivate being flashed in at instant speed. Alright, that's interesting. Don't really know why now is the time to do that. It's not land, right? Yeah, it's not land. Alright. Whatever. Get the Cultivate off now. And then, in response, put a +1/+1 counter on a Walking Archive. Alright. Well, if I do that, then it gets detained by Lavinia. If I wait, then it doesn't get detained by Lavinia. So I'm going to wait on the Avenger until Lavinia resolves, and then cast the Avenger. That way I can actually use it. Oh, it's going to detain their artifact mana. Okay, that makes sense. Good point. Lavinia in Brago is all kinds of gross. That's an actual fact. Alright, so Lavinia is going to resolve. It's got protection from red. Just kind of awkward. All the non-land permanents are now detained. It's a lot of non-land permanents that are now detained. Cast Wolfear Avenger. Flashes into play. They get a copy of Wolfear Avenger. Wild Pair triggers for us. The amount of life they haven't gained off Authority of Consul is actually very important here. We're going to get a Witchstalker because someone told me there was a witch somewhere. Where is this witch that you speak of? It needs to go away now. We're hunting a witch. Which witch? This witch. We're going to draw 2 extra cards here. Whirlwind and... Whoa, okay. Oh, man, Whirlwind is quality right now, isn't it? It gets rid of the Crom and the Fairy Artisans. Ooh, baby. Well, this is a card I did not know was in this deck, and I am happy it is, because we're going to have some fun, boys and girls. Just destroy all the creatures of flying real quick. Don't mind me. Whirlwind is a card that exists. Thank you, Base W. Yeah, this person has no flying creatures anymore. They do get to keep our Wolfie Avenger, which is disappointing. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. We could Wild Call for 5, which gives us a 5/5, which then triggers Wild Pair, I believe. Yeah. Right? No, if you cast from your hand, which that won't count. We could put Wild Evocation into play, or just leave it Word of Seizing. I think the answer is leave it Word of Seizing. This has protection from red, which is very awkward. This Fire 3 does do work, though, so let's go to attacks. Send a 5/3 in. Send a 3/3 Double Striker in this way. Leave everything else back. Leave everything else back. I think this is the enchantment he's asking about. The Witch Hunt, I believe is the name. Alright. We're going to trample over for 2. Over the copied creature that we used to own. Weatherseed Treefolk returns to our hand. We're never done with Weatherseed Treefolk. The question is if we cast it again. It does come into play tapped. But we do get another trigger off a Wild Pair. Or we just leave a Word of Seizing. Actually, we're just going to pass here. Because we can Winding Canyons out the Weatherseed Treefolk if we need to. So we should be fine. We could cast Wart. It's an option that exists. That's true. This game is so dumb. It's just so dumb. This game is so dumb. Everything about this game is just dumb. Dumb as rocks. Gasloaded Fugue, the only creature that can attack this turn. Does this deck have Whisper World? I would assume it has Whisper World Elemental. It's a real card. It doesn't, though. Diluvian Primordial. Uh-oh. Speaking of real cards. What are we casting with Diluvian Primordial? Are we recasting Wheel of Fortune? Are we just going again? I'm about to get milled out. I have 51 cards left in my library. There's a lot of really good instant sorceries that can cast as Diluvian Primordial, actually. What's up? This is our Wart for the Win deck. Our Wart is for winners is another good way to put it. The theme of this deck is pretty simple to suss out when there's enough cards in the battlefield. So far, it's playing okay. This deck is like a 5 out of 10 somehow. It's not terrible. It's about where, like, if someone first started playing Magic the Gathering for the first time, this is about where the deck would be. If they first started playing EDH for the first time, I feel like this is how good that deck is. Which Primordial is the best in Commander right now? That's actually a great question. Funnily enough, obviously not the green one because it's banned. I think the white one is probably the worst one. I would say the best one right now is probably Diluvian Primordial, just because of how strong spells are in Commander. You can go all the way back to the most broken spells of all time. So Diluvian gets a really, really, really big buff. And it can also cast itself multiple times depending on what's in your opponent's graveyards. The second one would probably have to be the black one. Actually, no, I would say Molten Primordial is second after Diluvian Primordial, the red one. Just because of grabbing a single creature from each opponent and swinging oftentimes leads to the game ending. So they're going to Rack with Madness, Swords to Plowshares, and Capsize. Okay. It's a lot of removal from this one Diluvian Primordial. Doesn't that mean the green one is the best because it's banned? I don't think that means the green one is the best just because it's banned. Ooh, they're going to bounce the Revoke privileges. That's smart. And they're going to kill the Walking Archive with Rack with Madness. All right. I think usually it's the blue one. Like 9 times out of 10 it's the blue one. The black one rarely, but most of the time it is truly the blue one. We're at 12 somehow. 13, 27, and 15. Jeez. You started playing after the green one was banned. How good was it? The green one was very good. Not as much because of its ability to ramp you, which was silly, but more because it always was a really bad feel. It was always a really big feel bad moment when you cast it against players that didn't have an artifact or enchantment in play, because you had to kill something. And so a lot of times what would end up happening is you would make like 3 of them, and then you would have to destroy 3 of your opponent's lands, even if you didn't want to. If that elemental was a May, I think it wouldn't be banned, funnily enough. But because it isn't a May, it's banned. Yeah. It really is that simple. But because it's not a May, people are forced to destroy their opponent's lands, and it makes life a lot worse. Rexiel going to be going in on this player. Yeah, prime time was obnoxious. That's a fact. Rexiel... sorry, not Rexiel. The other one's not as bad. Also, I should probably play more Whirlwind. This card is great. Sylvan Primordial is the banned card we're speaking of. Are they going to cast the Cultivate or the Rune Flare Trap? What are they going for here? Stormseeker, maybe? They might just Cultivate. Or just deal an extra 5 damage at our top right player. This is a good option. They go for the Rune Flare Trap. Ooh, targeting this player? That's interesting. Good, though. Does deal them 9 damage to the face. Are they setting up for... They might be setting up for something like a Huge Exsanguinate here. Oh, nope. They're going to the top right. FaceTime there. Alright. Alright, let's see who becomes the witch. This whole no one can gain life thing from this witch hunt has been incredibly important. Lewis. Ooh, Fathom Feeder hitting the field. Blue-black to void Death Touch and Jest. 3 blue-black, draw a card. Each opponent exiles top card of the library. Hey, Louis. Would I ban Drake too then? I don't know. Haha, we're not the witch! Good job us on not being the witch. Turns out our Lavinia player, sorry, our Jeskai player is currently the witch. I knew it the entire time. Oh no, when they die, do we automatically become the witch? Louis, are we going to be forced to be the witch here? I really hope we're not forced to be the witch. That'd be very disappointing. Alright, Temple of Abandon. Yeah, so the big thing, one of the cards I always jokingly talk about when it comes to putting on the ban list is Palinchron. Thankfully, no one plays it anymore. They used to for a little bit, now they just don't. But because whenever someone plays Palinchron, they can always generate infinite mana, it's like not even difficult. And that's always been one of my biggest issues with Palinchron as a card, is that you just end up in the situation where Palinchron just ends the game. What up, Lord of Jund? Ooh. Oh, Louis. MCG Radio Lewis? That's not a bad idea, actually. Sage of Ancient Lore hitting the field. 4 and a green, 4 and 8, that enters battlefield and draws a card. At the beginning of each upkeep, if no spells were cast last turn, transform Sage of Ancient Lore. Why is it no longer played? I think people have just honestly forgotten about the card. I think it's incredibly good and just scary strong, but I honestly think people have just forgotten about it. It just no longer exists in people's minds. All right, pass it over. Do we put a land into play or do we draw a card is a really good question here. I think we're going to draw the card over putting the land into play. I think the card's going to be more valuable than the extra land. Ooh, Wild Leotau. All right then. Let's go. This is a card we're playing in this deck. Good old Wild Leotau, let me tell you. That's a Magic the Gathering card right there. Alright, they take 4 during their upkeep. Wild Leotau. Come on. Why are we playing Wild Leotau? What deck is this? This is our Ward for the Win deck. It's 4 mana 5/4 as it is. It was decent limited. It's a deck based off of solely having cards with W in the first letter. So Weatherseed Totem, Word of Seasoning, World Spine Worm, Wild Evocation, Wild Call, Wild Leotau. A lot of wilds, by the way. A lot of wilds in red and green. A whole bunch of wild. Lewis, you cool? You cool. Good girl. Good boy. Sorry. Shadow Rift. Uh-oh, Lavinia's getting Shadow. Oh. Jeez. Starting from Z and going backwards, you got to V and you got bored with A to Z, Drew? That sounds about right, yeah. I'm still hoping for a Wrath effect here. Ishai, Ojutai Dragon Speaker returns to the battlefield. Ishai! Can control direction. Can we kill somebody next turn? It's a real question. It's almost like green-red is representative of wild and magic. You're not wrong. Definitely not wrong. Let me do some math. Can we kill anybody next turn? I'm pretty sure we can kill somebody next turn. I'm just not sure who. I'm very sure we can kill our top right player next turn. That wouldn't be hard. But I want to see if we can kill more than just our top right player here. I'm just going to have a bunch of trampling 5/3s. I am worried about where this Rexil is going to try and go. We may have to, like, Word of Seizing it just so we don't die. This also has Shadow, so and Protection from Red, so we can't do anything about it. We are currently sitting pretty at 12. Okay, good. Not going at us. Not going at us. Nice. There's 11 damage going at our top left player. Jeez. What would they even... Did they just forget to attack? Oh, they attacked, pressed F6, and then didn't realize that their attack was changed. Oh, no. Oh, no, we're the witch! Shoot! This is a bad news bear situation here. Alright, until end of turn, we're going to cast creature spells so they had flash. So we're taking 4 and going to 8. That's bad. Word is seizing Witch Hunt. Become the witch. Alright. We are going to flash in this Weatherseed Treefolk. And then we're going to search our library for 4/4. Which I'm assuming we have. It's a big assumption, but I'm guessing we have a 4/4. We have a big old Behemoth, which is an 8/8 with Trample, a Silverheart, and a War Chief Giant? Ooh, that's fun. Just put a bunch of hasty 5/3s into play. Or do we just want 8/8 with Trample? Or do we want It's gonna be an 8-8 with trample. That seems like fun. 8-8s with trample. Can't go wrong. What up, Storm? Who's the commander of our deck? Great question. Our commander is currently Wart the Raid Mother. Our opponent's going to bounce the Witch Hunt. Yes! Oh, they need to gain the life. We're not the witch. No one's the witch. Yes! I'm so happy. We don't take 4 damage here. This is great. Alright, but they are going to gain the life off the authority of the consoles now. It's disappointing, but... We're not the witch. Everything is fine. They go up to 8. Whatever. I should have also looked for other 5/4s when I did that. Why did I build a W deck of all things? So, for one of the MTG Goldfish things, we did a Alphabet Soup Day where we just built a bunch of decks where they started with a single letter. The first deck I built was a Wart deck starting with W, but then it ended up where I kind of felt self-conscious because I kept playing really, like, just green-red creature decks, which are my favorite kind of decks. So I built a different type of deck, which was M is for Mizzix's deck, which was really fun. And so then I ended up playing something else. So how do we kill somebody here? Like, I'm pretty sure we can kill this middle player, except for the Ghostly Prison. 13 and 8 respectively. They have 3 blockers, one of which is a Rexiel. So if I grab this player's Rexiel and swing it at this player's face, I can cast their... Huh, that's a card. Their Drag Under, I guess? That seems bad. I can cast their... I'm really looking for like a Wrath effect. I can cast their Wretched Confluence, I guess? Huh, how do I do this? So Wild Liatao can't get anything. That's important. We have 14 mana, technically. We could cast our commander and double Wild Call. We could play Witch Hunt, have 9 mana left. Cast Wild Liatao, leave up Word of Seizing. That seems okay. What do we do in the meantime? You have Propaganda and Ghostly Prison, so it's difficult to attack both of those players. This is really, really, really difficult. I don't know what the answer is. Also, still this Mazavith. And we're sitting at 12. I think no matter what, it does start with replaying Witch Hunt so that no one can gain life. That's going to be really important for us if we do plan on winning this game somehow. Got a big ol' 8-8 Trampler. The thing. I think we just send the 8-8 Trampler to our top right player. They don't have a good way to block this. The Mizzix X fizzled in the Goldfish game? Are you sure? We can make sure this player dies with Word of Seizing here, depending on how they block. We're not going to, but we could make sure they die. We're not, but we could. I guess the big thing. Alright. We're eating a Rexiel. Ooh, Rexiel or Lavinia. We're going to eat the Rexiel. Nom 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 nom. Go away, Rexiel. I don't like that you can attack through freely all the time. It's quite annoying. Goodbye, wood-born behemoth. It was fun while it lasted. Whatever it was fun. I was stuck on lands for a long part of that game, but yeah. Yeah, there was an emergency downtime last night. I don't know why it existed, but there certainly was one. Yep, turns out our Kinos and Tyros player, they're the witch. I knew it the entire time. Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm sorry, Lewis. I didn't know you were down there. Oh, I'm sorry, Lou. I don't really know how this turn goes. Usually I have a good idea of what comes next, but I am baffled. I think they have to try and kill the Jeskai player. But then after that, I don't know what their next step is. I mean, we're dead to treacherous terrain and cards like that, if that's in the Kinos and Tyros deck, which it probably is. They're like a big card. This is going to be very weird. There's a homeward path. That's a problem. Okay. That's a big issue. Yeah, I don't really know at all how these turns go. Yeah, this is super weird. I'm not bullying my cats. I promise. Fitz is over there just passed out. I'm so lost, really. And I know our blue-black player is thinking of this as well. Like, it's such a weird... This is such a weird set of turns. Like, do you start going after myself and after the Kinos and Tyros deck? Do you get rid of the Jeskai player? What do you do here? Homeward Path is only for creatures, but we would have to get a creature to use it. That's the thing. They have a lot of mana. They have a lot of exiled cards, too, so they could just start using this Cryptic Cruiser to start getting rid of our entire... to start tapping down our entire board, which is interesting as well. It's a Wasteland Strangler. Alright, I don't mind that. It's quote number 9 of 74, actually. Time to get the strangling going. Strangle, strangle. Can you put Wildfire in my graveyard, please? We need a Wildfire this board. Like yesterday. They're gonna kill our Wrecking Ogre? Fine. They did not put the Wildfire back in our graveyard. They put Stormseeker back in the graveyard. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. What are you doing, Vash? What are you doing? I am incredibly interested to find out what in the world is going on. Going after the Stormseeker. Looking to do lethal on this player over here, I'm guessing. Yeah, this deck is really cool. It's really, really, really cool. Alright, so 4 damages going at our Jeskai player. Rexiel is going in at the Kino Tyros player, and we're getting hit for 5 by Diluvian Primordial. Alright, can't do anything about that. I really can't. And the Rexiel should be casting the Stormseeker to finish off the Jeskai player. And then I don't know what happens from there. 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mana. They can tap down 4 creatures a turn. Alright, Fugue triggers. Rexiel will trigger. Casting Stormseeker. Alright, that's fine. We're getting to the end of the turns here. This is going to be interesting how this game ends. Stormseeker looks to kill the Jeskai player. Unless the Jeskai player has a counterspell, which they may. We're probably just going to flash out Witherskill Worm. Well, we weren't the first one out, which is very rare when you're playing a deck that only has W's in it. Our Jeskai player is now dead. I would like to mention with the cards like the Cryptic Cruiser, this Pixis gets a lot better because you can just put the opponent's Pixis-ted cards in the graveyard. Then you're the only one that gets benefit off of the Pixis, which is pretty cool. And pretty rare. Alright, what are they going for here? Not first loser hype? Yes, not last, as they say. Not last indeed. Oh man, I have no idea. Man, this is very interesting. I just don't know how the rest of this game goes. They're going to tap down our Witherseed Treefolk during our main phase. Okay. Interesting choice. Alright, do they have a card to take another turn here or something? They're going to bounce their Primordial. Which is fine. Oh, they're going to look to recast the Stormseeker. Okay. Oh, wow. That is so fancy. This is a really good idea. They're going to end up dealing us 7 damage here, I believe. If they stack this right. That's so smart. I mean, kind of. They're really hoping that we don't have a way to cast a card at instant speed from our hand, but this is sexy. So what our opponent is doing is they're going to be casting both Stormseeker and Wheel of Fortune. We're at exactly 7. So they're going to cast the wheel, put us to 7 cards in hand, hoping we don't have a creature we can cast. And then this is gonna be really close, actually. So we're gonna like go to 1, basically. As long as we draw a creature we can flash into play. Which we do, thankfully. Oh, they're gonna twin cat. Oh, come on, don't kill me. Could we not, though? Can you target Bash instead? Good, they're targeting Bash. Alright, cool. So we are going to cast creature spells so they had flash. We're going to play the Bellower. This is going to put us to 1. I don't think we can wild pair off the Bellower. We're going to put Wild Beastmaster into play. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we got a plan. I don't think there's anything to find, right? Nope, there's nothing to find. Okay. So we're going to 1. Okay. We have a plan here. We're going to go to 1. We're going to hope to not die to the Kainos and Tiro Miletus. And not get chosen for the Witch Hunt. Oh, man. If we get chosen for the Witch Hunt, we lose. Oh, no. We can't be the Witch. Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be real close and real bad for us. Alright, so if we get chosen to be the Witch, we lose immediately. Alright, they're going to cast a spell at instant speed. Hopefully it's not like pingy for 1. I need them to get rid of this Witch Hunt. Oh, Blasphemous Act. Oh no. Well, that's a lot worse now. Shoot. Alright, we had something sweet. We no longer have something sweet. That is going to kill all the things. We're at 1. And again, we're praying this Witch Hunt does not target us. Our current deck is a Wart the Raid Mother W deck, which is exactly what it sounds like it is. Alright. So we are basically praying this Witch Hunt doesn't target us. We can't be the Witch here. Unless, is there a 1/1 that destroys an artifact or enchantment? No, there is not. Okay, cool. W deck, you failed me again. Looks like our top right player is just going to be like, I'm going to let Witch Hunt decide the game here. Come on, Witch Hunt, don't you... No! Oh, we're the Witch. Shoot! No! Alright, turning off auto yields. Stopping on our upkeep. Oh, man. We're the Witch. No! No! We're the Witch. This is the worst. Alright, Wild Pair. I need you to gain me 4 life out of nowhere, please. Got a Wood Elves and a Whisper of the Wilds. Wood Elves it is. Let's go. Alright. Give me a Forest. Alright, we got a Forest. Cast Weatherseed Treefolk. Alright, alright, alright. We're getting close. Alright, Wild Pair. I need to gain 4 life. I know it's not my deck, but if you could bug and get me a card that doesn't exist, that'd be nice. Alright, we will get a... Wolf here. We'll get a War Chief Giant. Alright. And then... we will Wild Hunger the War Chief Giant. Not done yet. One more thing. Just one more thing. Oh, man. And a Wild Hunger, our War Chief Giant. It's going to be an 8-4 with haste. That whenever it deals combat damage, it gets a draw card. Alright, cool. We got there. I can't believe they figured out that the person who started the witch hunt was the witch! It's never the person who started the witch hunt! Oh, man. Well, shoot. There's a Wind Orb in this deck for some reason. We're gonna put in Wildish Dreams. We're gonna put in Wild Wanderer. We're going to take out Wild Size and probably Wildwood Rebirth. Oh, we probably want to put a Walking Bliss in this deck. Please put Witch Hunt in every single deck we play, sincerely, chat. I do agree with taking out Wind Orb, though. That's correct. Any W's we're missing? T-U-V-W. Nope, don't want any of these W's. They're terrible. Alright, Shadows. Give me a W. Remember when Arlen Cord was a card that people were worried about? T-U-V-W. Watcher in the Web. Warp Landscape. Wicker Witch. Ooh, Wolf of Devil's Breach. Oh, this is a real Magic card. Give me one of these. Alright, let me get a Wolf of Devil's Breach real quick to finish off this deck. We're not playing it again. I'm going to grab some coffee. But before I forget, I need to get a Wolf of Devil's Breach. Because obviously that's the card that we're looking for. Wait, do I even... Huh, it's going to be interesting. I don't even know if I have any tickets available. Well, we're going to find out together. This was also one of the easiest decks to put together in my entire life. Just want to put it out there. Because, of course it is. Wait, do they not have a Wolf of Devil's Breach? What's going on here? It's not called a wolf? What's it called? It's a Wolf of Devil's Breach, or whatever it's called. It's a terrible name. Alright. Set. Shadows. Oh. Huh. Alright. It's interesting. It should never happen. Why do they not have a super cheap mythic rare out of nowhere? We need obscure letters? Alright. Good to know. Wait, was there a run on Wolf of Devil's Breach recently that I don't know about? What's going on here? Why does... Okay, resetting all filters. Set. Shadows over Innistrad. It's the worst mythic rare. Why does no one have it? What's going on? What, did someone make a run on Wolf of Devil's Breach that I don't know about? Like... I just want one of them. What is... Am I looking at the wrong set? I must be looking at the wrong set. Because no one cares about this card. Is it a rare? No, it's clearly a mythic rare. It's an elemental wolf. Okay, fine. You know what? I guess I happened upon the new standard deck that everyone's running. It's apparently the Wolf of Devil Reach deck. This is obnoxious. Howdy, Captain. Thank you. Oh no! The wolf ran away again! I thought we had a wolf, and then it ran away. Again. No. Why would you run away? Oh, Cyclonic Rift at instant speed, bouncing all their stuff. Is a Kainos Interior deck going to come away with it? Yeah, somehow all of the copies of this card no longer exist. Alright, we can't use Marlin bots. That's actually what the answer is. Fine. Fine. I have to use now. What are my other... I think goat bots or something? Yeah, goat. Alright. Goat. This is the dumbest. Open. Selling. There's gonna be one here. Okay. Set. Shadows over Innistrad. I'm gonna get some coffee. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Oh, man. I gave up real quick there. No, why are you trying to get my rewind? I'll trade you a rewind for a Wolf of Devil's Breach. Sure, let's go. Wait, what do you... Stop. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You stop this right now. I'm buying from you. No, you stop all of this. I don't want to give you 0.001 of a tick for a desertion. Get out of here. You don't get any of these cards. Excuse me, Goatbot. Just give me this wolf. Just want the wolf. Thank you. I need this for a gimmick deck. There we go. Alright, good job, us. We're the best at Magic. Took a little bit longer than I thought it was going to. Gonna be honest. Alright. No, it's the Legend... Which one is it? It's this one, right? Yeah. Let's look at both. Awaken the Sky Tyrant is a card that exists. I always forget about that. T-U-V-W. Any W's I'm missing? No, alright, good. Alright, so we're not playing this deck again. I am going to leave it up on screen for a bit. I'm going to grab some coffee. What up, Dragon Mage? How do I look to win with mechanized production? The easiest way would be like in a mirror deck. So something like... I'm trying to think. You probably just go Breya, to be honest, because you just get to make Thopters whenever you cast her. So Breya is probably your best call. Oh, Whisperwood Elemental. Good point, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you for reminding me, because I totally forgot. I might not own one. I don't. Alright, I'm not going to find one now, I'll tell you that. So this is our Tribal W deck. I'm going to grab some coffee, and I'll be right back. But I would go Breya, as far as with mechanized productions. I think you really have to go with a token-based strategy. Oops. One moment. A singular moment is what I would need. One moment. Da, 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 da. Ooh, Clues is a good guy. Is a good call. I like that idea. You know what deck I'm gonna play right now? And you're gonna figure it out right when I search for this. But I want to see if there's any new Upkeep cards that came out in the most recent sets. Kaladesh, Aether Revolt, and Legendary. No, you make the cube. This one. One of these. Right? Yeah. All right. I'm totally just feeling some Upkeep right now. I think we play Lifecrafter's Bestiary, even though we don't have many creatures, because it's really good. I don't think we're not going to Padim. We don't need to Ravos. I like the idea of Orzhov Advocate. I think this card's actually pretty good for what we're trying to do. What does this thing do? That's dumb. Orrery is going to be a no-go. Same with Siphoner. Same with Fair. Rite of the Raging Storm. Oh, that seems like fun. I want to get this card. How do I get a Rite of the Raging Storm? That sounds like a blast. Alright, let's go back to Marlin. I need to get a Rite of the Raging Storm. Whatever this thing is. Alright. Right. Alright. Let's try Raging. Apparently that's not how you spell Raging. Rage. Oh, because I'm in set like a dumb person. There it is. I want one of these. It's $1 and a tick? Alright. Fine. I'm in. Let's go. I need terrible cards for my Upkeep deck. Let's go. Okay, so let's take out some cards that we no longer really want to play. I think it's time for Maelstrom Wanderer to go. It's a really good card, but it's only in here for power and for nothing else. It's not an Upkeep card. We're also... What else are we looking to take out? Are we playing Time Warp again? We're not playing Time Warp again. Take out Time Warp. Okay. There we go. Let's run this back. So if you've never seen this deck before, it's pretty simple in how it plays. It's an Upkeep deck. We live and die in the Upkeep. That's the entire goal of the build. Would I like to play first? Yes, I would. Ooh, this is a perfect hand. Yeah, easy keeps. We have all the colors. Wish our opponents hello and good luck. Because we are not a heathen, and let's jump into the game. Ooh, okay. We are playing Child of Lara. 5 mana for a trampling 6/6 avatar. When it dies, destroy all non-land permanents. They cannot be regenerated. Our top left player is playing Corona, False God. Ooh, Bitter Blossom. Okay. Seems good to me. 1 white, blue, black, red, green for a hasty 5/5 from Scourge. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, the player untaps Corona and gains control of it. Whenever Corona attacks, creature type of your choice, get +3/+3 until end of turn. Our middle player is playing Nissa, Vastwood Seer. 2 and a green for a 2/2 Elf Scout. When it enters the battlefield, find a basic forest, put it into your hand. When it's on the battlefield and you play your 7th land or greater, it turns into Nissa Sage Animist, which is a 3 loyalty planeswalker, +1, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, it goes into play. Otherwise, put it into your hand. -2, create a legendary 4/4. And then -7, untap up to 6 lands. They're now elementals. We're going to play a turn 2 Bitter Blossom, because secretly, we're playing Modern, and our opponents don't even know yet. Our top right player has paired up some pretty interesting creatures. Sidar, Kondo of Jamura. 2 green-white for a 2/5 with flanking. Creatures your opponents control without flying or reach can't block creatures with power 2 or less. As well as Silas Wren, Seeker Adept. 1 blue-black for a death-touching 2/2 whenever Silas Wren deals combat damage to a player. Choose target artifact card in your graveyard. You may cast that card this turn. This deck is very simple. This is an Upkeep deck. It's made to live and die in the Upkeep. What I mean by that is that we're just going to be playing a bunch of cards dedicated to the Upkeep. It's pretty simple that way. Going to put this Plains into play tapped, put the forest into our hand off of the Cultivate. You'll notice this deck runs a lot of cards like Cultivate, including Kodama's Reach and others, in order to utilize the strength of cards like Cultivate and Kodama's Reach. Being able to replace itself and put a land into play is super strong. Damnation does not have an upkeep, neither does Blasphemous Act. Our deck does have to not die all the time, so that's why those exist. We did get a Vidalcan Engineer, by the way. 2 mana 1/1, taps, add 2 mana of any color to your mana pool, but you can only spend this to cast artifacts or activate abilities of artifacts. That is a Rings of Brighthearth. Ooh, a fancy Rings of Brighthearth, too. 3 mana artifact whenever you activate an ability, but isn't a mana ability, you can pay 2 if you do copy that ability. Fancy as heck. Into Codex Shredder. Oh, we're getting the mill plan on, boys and girls. Is that a reflecting pool? It is. Well, we're going to just assemble a Legion. And start attacking our top right player. Assemble a Legion, 3 red-white for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a muster counter on Assemble a Legion. Then create a 1/1 red and white soldier creature token with haste for each muster counter on Assemble a Legion. Do I have more black sources than white? I do currently, but we're really looking for more green sources. Nezumi Ronin! Doing a black 3/1 Bushido 1 Rat Samurai! This may be a Samurai deck. If it is, consider me excited. Why Damnation over Wrath of God? Because my opponents get more tilted seeing Damnation than Wrath of God? Nah, I really don't know. It works in the deck really well. I also think we're playing both. To be fair. This game is still going on. This is amazing. Oh my gosh. There's an Ulamog in play now too. Someone has to lose. Rat Samurai confirmed best creature type. So they'll be able to copy this Wayfarer's Bauble Trigger. Also an Ancient Den in play. So they are supremely an artifact-based strategy. They're going to find 2 basic lands, put them into play tapped. Find a Swamp. And a Plains. Alright. They have all their colors. Into a Mere Retriever. That's pretty impressive, actually. Alright, they're going to keep the tokens coming. They're down to 2 cards in hand, which is nice. Always yield to this trigger during my upkeep. Draw a mountain. Go to attacks. Two damage at Shadow Mind, 1 damage at our mono green player. Vash wins with an attack from New Ulamog. Nice. Well played indeed. Somehow our deck has become the beatdown. Not going to complain. So one of the things you'll notice we do pretty consistently is that we're just going to cast Child of Alara here. It's a 5 mana 6/6 with trample. Real good stats. So we're just going to play that, not pay for Temple Garden pass. We're just putting numbers on the board right now. Just putting more creatures wherever they need to be. Ooh, this is a Tribal Samurai deck. That is Lizuku Aizuku the Ruthless. 5 mana 3/3. 2 and a red, sack a Samurai. Samurais you control gain double strike land a turn as Bushido 2. Bushido is a very weird mechanic. Basically, whenever this creature blocks or becomes blocked, it gets +2/+2 on a turn. The idea being whenever it fights a creature, it gets bigger and better. It doesn't really translate well into being powerful, though. Colonian Twin Grove hits the field, puts a token Twin Grove into play. Each of their power and toughness are equal number 4s they control. So, twinning 6/6s for sure. Player returns the Wayfarer's Bauble to their hand. Are they going to bobble it up again? They may bobble it up again. They play the bauble, and they're probably just going to get double the artifacts again, which is cute. Shrinic Resonator hits the field here. This is interesting. I don't want to blow up my child yet. I think that's a really bad call. Like a really, really, really bad call. So, especially with this Bitter Blossom and Assemble Legion, it's just going to hurt us the most. Even though it would get rid of the rings and the Resonator, but it's just not worth it overall. They copy the Bauble twice again. There's also a Shrinic Resonator in play now, so there's some more things they can do. It's pretty crazy. We're going to keep our pressure up on our top right player. The amount of mana they're developing is very scary, and I don't want to just let them get away with it. Seems like a bad call. These thankfully do not have trample. Be bad news bears for us if they did. They milled our Paradox Haze. Oh, man. They milled the one card we care about in this deck, which is Paradox Haze. Oh, Honden's pretty good, though. I'll certainly take one of those. Cast Honden, play Reflecting Pool, tap out. They milled the Paradox Haze. Oh my god. We're sending that this way now. You can't just mill the Paradox Haze and expect to get away with it. Yeah, they milled our Paradox Haze. Granted, they didn't know they were going to mill our Paradox Haze, but they did. And thus, we will be ruthless. Ooh, General's Kabuto. 4 mana equipment. Equip creature has Shroud. Prevent all combat damage be dealt to equipped creature. So we have a 2/3/3 that has all combat damage prevented to it. Can only be equipped to legendary creature, something stupid? No, okay, good. For 6, Rampaging Balos hits the field. Alright, this is going to get bad pretty quickly. Nissa transforms. They get a 4/4 from a land hit in the field. And then they plus Nissa, revealing Mockery of Nature. It's going to be an issue. They also put a Ulenwald Tracker into play. Yep, gonna put a 1/1 in front of that guy. Specifically this soldier right here. That soldier looking to block that 6/6. There we go. Silas Wren hits the field. Into a Voltaic Key. Alright. Into a Sword of the Meek. Alright, this could be an issue. Silas Wren is now a 3/4 with Death Touch. Probably going to look to Damnation this turn, I think. After our attacks. Gets rid of the Baloths and the Twin Groves. Targeting us with Codex Shredder. They're going to copy it. I really don't mind getting milled. We have a lot of cards that put our cards back into our library, but I mean, I was just disappointed to see the Paradox Haze go away. We have a lot of cards that get back the Paradox Haze, which is nice. Oh, this Greater Gargadon is a good draw. I'm going to suspend it. Pay a red. How much can I do all these things that I want to do? I'd have to use Blasphemous Act instead of the other one to do that. I think we just go... We probably just wait a turn. Play the Lifecrafter's Bestiary. Go to attacks. We could kill the Nissa. I don't think it's actually a good call to kill the Nissa there. I guess if we kill the Nissa... No, I'd rather just get damage on him more than anything else. So we suspended a Greater Gargadon. It's... We can sacrifice an artifact, creature, or land to remove a time counter from it, which is actually really good. So it's also very good when you're looking to wrath the board. You can sack your guy's wrath and then cast your guy right afterwards, and we'll be able to draw a card with this bestiary as well. We're not blowing up the world. We would only be wrathing the board for us. Unless they give us a really good reason to blow up the world, which I don't see one yet. Indebted Samurai hits the field. 4 mana, 2/3. Whenever a samurai you control dies, you put a +1 counter onto this one. They also have Door Destinies on Samurai right now. So each Samurai gets +1/+1 for each counter on Door Destinies. Whenever you cast a Samurai, this gets a counter, which is pretty cool. But we always have the emergency reset button, which is, oh, we need something to deal with what's going on. Emrakul, the Promised End, revealed from our Nisa player. That's bad. Land hits the field. That's real bad, actually. I don't think they can cast it yet. 1, 2, 3. This costs 3 less. It still costs 10? Still costs 10. They're going to harmonize. That's fine. I'm glad we know about that Emrakul. Very glad we know about this Emrakul. I shall block your 7/7 with this simple Fairy Rogue. Boop. Blocked. Sweet. Good job, everybody. Dreamstone Hedron hits the field. That's actually pretty good with the Rings of Brighthearth and the Resonator in play. They're going to draw 3. No, they're going to play Silas Wren here, actually. That's interesting. They're going to equip up the Silas Wren again. All right, cool. We get another kind of free turn with all these upkeep cards, which is really good for us. We'll scry 1 first. That can go on top. I want a copy of that right there. Get a planes. Get it. All right, let's go to attacks. We're just sending our guys in kind of willy-nilly everywhere. Because this turn we're certainly going to Wrath. All the Bushido triggers for their samurai. We're going to eat the blocked soldiers with Greater Gargadon. Let the damage go through for baby. Main phase 2. Put our Greater Gargadon at 1. Do we just Blast Act here? I think we just Blast Act. The reason why I'm Blast Acting over using Damnation, even though our opponent can regenerate the Rampaging Baloth, is that Blasphemous Act is eventually not going to be able to kill our opponent's creatures in the middle here. And this will. We also keep everything else we have, which is good. And now I can play Tamio's Journal on a pretty much empty board. Let's look to pass. And at instant speed, we can get this Greater Gargadon down and draw a card off of it. We could have played Baby again, but this is an Upkeep trigger that seems like a lot more fun. Inner Chamber Guard hits the field. A actual 2-mana 2/4 now. Howdy, Zach. Sure. Nisa's going to reveal the top card of Library again. They're going to reveal a Forest. Put a land into play for Baloths. They're probably going to Emrakul us during our turn, which is going to be fine. Like, they're just going to end up casting Damnation more than likely. Ooh, Whisperwood Elemental. Never mind. Stratus Scythe is an issue. 3-mana artifact equipment with Imprint. Equip creature gets +1/+1 for each land of the battlefield with the same name as the exile card. There's a lot of force in play. But yeah, we are playing the Child of Alara deck, the Upkeep deck, and are about to get attacked for 18. Is my guess, at least. They could also kill the artifact player, which is kind of funny. I don't think you go for that. I think you hit us for... Oh. Okay. Never mind. All right. Actual ruthless aggression here. Just going to annihilate the artifact player. This player never really got to get going, but now they're dead. Interesting choice. Okay. Not going to see me complain. They're going to manifest the top card of their library. We have a lot of triggers going on the stack here. So we're going to scry one first. This island can go on the bottom. We're going to investigate with Tamio's Journal. This Greater Gargadon is going to come off Suspend. We will cast it, which will let us draw a card. Oh, Wake, you say? Oh, man, Wake is disgusting here. Play Wake. Go to attacks. Send everything that way. Clock of Omens. There you go. So when for a creature to die, whenever you see the word die, what it actually says is when this creature goes from the field of play to the graveyard. Whenever your commander goes to the command zone, instead it's a replacement effect where the card doesn't actually go to the graveyard, it goes to the command zone. So in that situation, our commander didn't actually die, it only went to the command zone. Is there a way for us to play our commander here? We have 6. We have 8 mana, -3. No, there isn't. Okay, cool. Do we Damnation is a real question. We certainly could. They get to manifest twice if we do. They get to manifest once if we do. Then they're going to Emrakul us, which should be okay. Because they can't prevent us from doing half the stuff we do. Sure. Sweet Damnation to get rid of the Rampaging Balos, but more to get rid of anything off of Stratascythe. They do get to manifest once. So they're going to have something big, but it's not going to have trample, which is nice. Then we just get to pass. Also, we no longer have Damnation in our hand, which is good. Corona hits the field. That's definitely swinging at our face. Oh, is that going to be lethal? Oh, thank God it has Shroud now. Oh, Jesus. That's 8 damage. That was definitely going to be close to lethal. Sure, Wind Reserve. I'll definitely link it in just a moment. This game is ending pretty soon, so yeah. They gain control of Corona, which thankfully still has Shroud, so they can't equip the Stratascythe to it. Thank God. That'd be very bad. They reveal a Surak the Huntcaller. Oh, we are probably dead anyways, it looks like. I don't know how cheap their Emrakul is, but they can Surak, Haste, Stratascythe, Emrakul. We're dead, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a way for them to win this game. How about that? I don't even think it has to involve Emrakul. Just 8 plus 8, 9, 10, 11 plus 5 is 16 plus 8 plus 2. Yeah, I think they just have lethal without even having to cast Emrakul. Unless they just really want to cast Emrakul. Which, I mean, most people really want to cast Emrakul. No, don't be smart about it. Just cast Emrakul. What's the worst that could happen? They cast Emrakul. Alright, they're targeting us. They get our next turn. So Emrakul the Promised End, a 13 mana 13/13. Cost 1 less to cast for each card type among cards in your graveyard. When you cast it, you gain control of target opponent during that player's next turn. After that turn, that player takes an extra turn. It's also got Flying, Trample, Prot, Instance. Which is pretty good. So the funny thing is, a lot of the cards in our deck aren't Maze. Like, you don't get to not do them. In fact, all of our Upkeep triggers you have to do. So they don't get out of that, which is nice. So we're still going to get all of our Upkeep stuff. And unless we draw a way to kill our child, there's no way for them to get rid of our stuff in play. So we go to 15 here. We've taken 16 commander damage from that Corona. Which is a real thing. I'm certain he targeted us. Right? How do you see Spence? Yeah, they targeted us with the Emrakul. Oh, Gargadon's already dead. So he can't do that. Alright, here's all the triggers. Which you have to do. So we're just hoping we don't draw a Wrath effect, basically. Or something that severely hurts us. They're going to have a lot of chances of something that could really wreck our game. Here's a Vivid Creek. That's good. Dine, thank you for resubscribing. 20 months. Jesus Christ. That's awesome. So they're going to scry our Chromatic Lantern to the bottom. We take 1 damage for this Bitter Blossom. We draw Mirror Civil Sergeant. Could you please cast our Mirror Civil Sergeant? That'd be wonderful. They certainly can kill the top left player. How about that? They can definitely kill that guy. But they didn't draw a Wrath effect here, so we just get a full another turn. That's insane. I'm pretty sure we win now, right? I guess they can choose not to kill the top left player, but... Let's see what they go for. They can definitely run the Corona into the Emrakul here. They can run the Corona into Emrakul. And then... I don't know. Send 30 damage to the top left player, so they're pretty much dead. Okay, so they sacked one of the clues. And they sacked a clue. There's a Honden of Cleansing Fire. Sweet. I like both of those cards. Thank you. I appreciate this. You probably have to get rid of Corona, otherwise you lose the game. Alright, so that is 30 damage going at our top left player. Because they named Soldier with Corona. Emrakul is going to block the Corona here. Of course, kill the Corona is the best call they have. Alright, and now it's our turn. They didn't kill the Corona? Oh, it can't be dealt combat damage. Well, that's the game. You know, we took out all of the... second... Yeah, that was kind of hilarious. We'll put that on the bottom. We took out all the cards that give us extra turns because they're too good. But then our opponent gave us an extra turn, which was really nice of them to do. I'm sure they didn't expect that to happen, though. We'll sack the clue. Let's see what we get. You know what? Yeah. Let's super punish our opponent here. Demonic Tutor for... Oh, what do we want to get here? We're going to go for the ultimate punish. Probably for Archangel's Light, actually. We could copy enchantment as well, if we really wanted to, but... Oh, actually, we should just probably Chronomantic Escape. Just in case we mess this up. I don't know how we mess it up, but in case we do, we're not being attacked next turn. Declare attacks. Send this that way. Send all these at this player. Send all these at this player. We're going to name Soldier. All of our soldiers get +3/+3. How much is this deck that we're playing? Usually it's just because of the mana base, but yeah. Oh, they were going to sacrifice Corona to Mockery of Nature. That would have been a good call. They miscounted their mana. Alright, that makes sense. Good job, Upkeep deck. You do you. Is there doubling season in this deck? No, there's no doubling season in this deck. This deck isn't actually a token-based strategy. It's an Upkeep deck. But a lot of cards make tokens during your Upkeep, so sometimes you just get a bunch of tokens. Yeah, it's definitely an Upkeep deck, though. We also get to play Archangel's Light. Like, the look on your opponent's face when you cast Archangel's Light for the first time is undoubtedly one of the funniest things of all time. You're like, for 8 mana, they're like, oh no. 8 mana, what are they gonna do? You're like, Archangel's Light? You're like, I'm sorry, what? I'm gonna gain 44 life and put all these cards back into my library. But you were gonna draw out of your deck. I know. It's so much fun. Oh, I love this deck so much. Yeah, I'll definitely... Let me quickly put up a version of this deck list. Almost spilled a bunch of coffee. Updated Upkeep. Updated with AER. Save. Copy. That's only $85 online. That's not bad at all, actually. I wonder what the most expensive part of this deck is. It's got to be the land base, right? Bitter Blossom's $10. All right, you can probably do without Bitter Blossom. Aloro is $7 now. That's interesting. Starfield the Nyx is $5. Maybe it's not just a land base. Yeah, it's not the land base at all, actually. Huh. All right. There's some expensive cards in here. Good to know. Damnation is $10. Demo Tutor is $4. Enlightened Tutor is $3. Garrick's up to $1.50. A lot of the important cards are worth $0, though. So your Paradox Haze is 1 cent. Your Copy Enchantment is 1 cent. Your Hondas are 1 cent. We could probably put together a $20 version of this deck, and it wouldn't be difficult. At all. We can definitely do that. I want to pull up... taxes. See, there's cards that need to go in this deck. Want Mags to the Will for taxes? No, we don't. Not Dread Summons. Not Scourge. Don't need Grasp. Timna actually is pretty decent. I'll play a Timna. Okay. And now Kaladesh AER. Anything I need for taxes from these decks? From this set? Aether Flux Reservoir sounds hilarious in this deck. But probably not. That's just too cheeky, I'm going to be honest. Are we trying to Gontian taxes? I don't think we're trying to Gontian taxes. We could Marionette Master, but we don't have enough artifacts to make it work. Can we Panharmonic in taxes? That's a really good question, actually. It works with our commander. It works with nothing else. It works with nothing else. All right, so we can't Panharmonicon in taxes. We could Smuggler's Copter in taxes. I think Smuggler's Copter is an amazing card. Part of me wants the Essence Extraction. Don't think it's good enough, but I want to. Looks like we're not missing much. Oh yeah, Karlov is in here. Kambala's in here, that's for sure. Yeah. Is there such a thing as the best commander deck? I would not think so, no. I don't think there's such a thing as the best commander deck. I think we need to buy for this deck. We're not playing Curse of Vengeance because we're a good Magic the Gathering player. Not playing Dawnbreak Reclaimer. I'm tempted to play Thief of Blood. That's really close to being playable in this deck. That's really funny, actually. Huh. No, looks like we're not missing anything really important. Now we're not missing anything important. All right, good. Alright, so we're going to be playing a 10-ticket taxes deck next. Basically, this deck is built around the extort mechanic and utilizing it appropriately, which is, I think, really fun and really good for when it comes to multiplayer. I have to use the bathroom pretty bad, so I'll be back in just a... Where is Karlov? What? Oh, he's not in this deck. Well, look at me being dumb. Camball is what I mean. Where's Camball? Kaladesh. There we go. The most important card from the set that needs to be in here. Agent of Masks can probably go. This card is actively terrible. Yeah, that can go. It's actively terrible. Alright, cool. This is mainly an extort deck, which is just incredibly powerful when it comes to Commander, and that's what we're playing in. I'm not a big fan of Karlov. Does crewing a vehicle go on the stack? So you crew the vehicle. So basically, you activate the ability to crew the vehicle. You crew the vehicle. It's not a creature until that ability resolves. Nuso Bala is very strong. I'll tell you that right now. I'll be back in just I'll be back in a little bit. I have to use the bathroom, so I'll see you soon. Alright, boys and girls. Let's drain the life of our opponents. MTGO does not support Monarch cards, which is the worst because they're really fun. Also, Capital Punishment doesn't exist. Also the worst because it's really fun. Tank them prelate. What's that? This thingy? Oof. It's a strong card for sure. This is an interesting hand. We cannot keep it, but it's certainly interesting. So the biggest thing for this deck as we draw a hand with enough mana is going to be mana. Like, this is a beautiful hand for this deck because we have 5 mana sources, which is important. Gonna wish our opponents hello and good luck. Because we are not a heathen. And we will keep this hand. This is a beautiful hand. Howdy, Nels. So I'm not a big fan of Karlov. Not a big fan. I don't think there's enough energy yet either. That's true. You can definitely cobble together a deck, but I don't think it's going to be great at any stretch of the imagination. So we're playing Obstinate Ghost Council. 1 white, white, black, black for a 5/5 Legendary Spirit Advisor. Whenever it enters the battlefield, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. At the beginning of your end step, I can choose to put this into exile, then return to the battlefield during my upkeep. It gains haste, which is fancy. Mulligan away Ghost Council to get Ghost Council. Our top left player is playing Vile Smasher the Fierce on his own. On her own, sorry. 1 red black 2/3 Goblin Berserker. Whenever you cast your first spell each turn, this deals damage equals that spell's converted mana cost to an opponent chosen at random. Our middle player is playing Depala, Pilot Exemplar. 1 red white 3/3. Other dwarves get +1/+1. Each vehicle gets +1/+1 as long as it's a creature. When it becomes tapped, you may pay X. If you do, reveal the top X cards of your library. Put all dwarves and vehicles from among them into your hand. This Orzhov Basilica is going to be pretty awkward. This hand is great. I love this hand. Our top right player is playing Sliver Overlord. 5 mana for a 7/7 Sliver Mutant. That's Wooburg, by the way. 3 mana, search your library for a Sliver, reveal it, put it into your hand. 3 mana to gain control target Sliver. This effect lasts indefinitely. Alright, Nelson. This hand is beautiful. Love this hand. This is like the exact kind of thing we're looking for in this deck. The only downside is going to be the Basilica. That's a Smuggler's Copter! And so it begins. I'd like to mention that if you thought Smuggler's Copter was good in Standard, definitely try it out in Commander. It's amazing in Commander. Being able to just slowly filter, being able to quickly filter through your draws, starting on turn 2 is great. And then always having a creature after a Wrath is also wonderful. Especially if you're someone like me who likes to apply pressure to the board. This card is fantastic. Ooh, Shadows of the Past. That's a perfect draw here. We'll cast Shadows of the Past. We'll play Basilica, returning the Swamp. Shadow of the Past is a 2-mana enchantment. Whenever a creature dies, I get to scry 1. And for 4 and a black, each opponent loses 2 life, and I gain 2 life. I can only activate this ability if there are 4 or more creature cards in my graveyard. Which rarely happens. But really, this is just whenever a creature dies, scry 1. Spiricide Infiltrator hits the field. Whenever it's tapped, it deals 1 damage to each opponent, and now we have a Smuggler's Copter ready to go. Our Siphon Sliver hits the field. 3 mana 2/2. Slivers they control have lifelink. Nice. So we'll play Ghost Council on 4. And then probably Ghost Council on 5. When we tap our lands, so we're utilizing a key known as F8. As long as the lands are tapped and we can't activate abilities for 0 or like by playing life, we get to auto-yield our turn. Just makes life so much easier and so much better. Alright, so we have Muscle Sliver hitting the field. All slivers get +1/+1. And Fungus Sliver. All slivers have, whenever this creature dealt damage, put a +1/+1 counter onto it. So our Siphon Sliver now attacking this way. This is what slivers do, so we knew this was going to happen, which is fine. We're just going to put a 4/4 into play during our turn. That's our goal. Our turn is going to be, I'm going to play a 4/4 and pass. Ooh, Suture Priest is great too. We're going to have a lot of really good follow-up going forward with this deck. Going to cast Ghost Council. Going to steal life from our Sliver player. So it's a 4-mana 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent loses a life, we gain a life. For 1, we can sack a creature to exile this and then return it at the beginning of the next end step. Which is really good if we want to, like, Fade a Wrath. Erebos hits the field. Your opponents can't gain life. Looks like we now have to only attack the Battle Smasher deck because we cannot beat an Erebos. Erebos literally destroys our deck, so that's a problem. This deck does not have Hidden Stockpile. We're not that grindy, and it doesn't really do exactly what we need it to do. We don't have enough creatures to just kind of sacrifice out of nowhere. If we were playing this version of Ghost Council, I think we could get away with it, but not right now. Swords to Plowshares gets rid of the Fungus Sliver of all things. And we have a Areska Sun Guide hitting the field. 2 mana 2/2. Whenever it becomes untapped, you gain 2 life. Really good when you get to tap it to crew stuff like Smuggler's Copter, which is hilarious, by the way. We're getting attacked by the Copter here. I don't really know why, but that's alright. Let's see what they discard. They discard Fellhide Spirit Bender, another Inspired card. Nice. Inspired cards work really well with the Copters, which is really fun. Really, really, really fun. So during our turn, we're probably going to look to just cast Suture Priest, so that we can flicker out the Ghost Council if we need to and cast Fumigate next turn. There's a Thorncaster Sliver. Slivers you control have, when this creature attacks, it deals 1 damage to every creature or player. And a 2-headed Sliver, so now all the Slivers have Menace. Oh yeah, they're also just as miffed as I am by the fact that they can't gain life because they have this lifelink Sliver. And they're going to kill the Spireside Infiltrator. We'll get to scry 1. We will put the Swamp on the bottom of our library. Nice. I like how this is working. They can't block either of these due to Menace. Erebos is certainly going to be an issue. Ooh, Siphon Mind. I think we're just going to Siphon Mind here. This is an interesting choice. We can play the Suture Priest, or we could, like, Siphon Mind. I think what I'm going to do is actually play the Suture Priest, because I want to keep this Ghost Council after the Fumigate. So, Suture Priest. We'll put a Swamp into play. Yeah, right now it's just a Wrath, but it's a good Wrath. Oh, it's going to die to the Slivers. Actually, this is a bad call. Oh, well. Attack our Erebos player for 4, because Erebos severely hampers anything we would be trying to do. Yeah, it costs 1 more than a regular Wrath effect right now. Alright, they take 4 damage, which is good. Our top right player is like, I won't kill the priest if you can find a way to kill the Erebos. And I'm like, I'm trying. I'm attacking this player for a reason, trust me. This Erebos severely hurts how our deck works. Like, severely hurts how our deck works. Please be a Wrath effect. It is perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see here. Turning off auto yields. This is awesome for us, by the way. Just want to put it out there. So we get to sacrifice our Suture Priests. We scry 1. Our Ghost Council runs away. Then comes back. Basilica Screecher. Do we want this? Next turn we're casting our Commander. I'm going to go with no. Put that in the bottom. Our Ghost Council is going to run away from this madness. This also kind of showcases the strength of the vehicles. After this Wrath effect, they're just going to be able to play Smuggler's Copter. Boop! there goes our Ghost Council. 4 damage gets dealt to someone at random. It wasn't us. Nice. Hit the Sliver player. Chain reaction is going to deal 6 to each creature, so they're all going to die. We get a bunch of Shadows of the Past triggers. Phalanx is going to go on the bottom. Cabal Coffers on the bottom. Exsanguinate on the bottom. Plains on the bottom. Swamp on the bottom. Alright. I didn't really know what I was looking for, to be fair, but I was pretty sure it wasn't any of those. I was looking for a way to exile Erebos. That's what I was looking for. There we go. Didn't find that yet, so we're going to keep looking. Alright, Council returns. Hey there. Let me whisper in your ear. Veteran Motorist. Oh yeah, that's going to be a really good smuggler's copter. Red and a white for a 3-1. When it enters battlefield, scry 2. Whenever it cruises a vehicle, that vehicle gets +1/+1. It's going to be a 4/4 smuggler's copter. Probably going straight at our face. They discard Indomitable Archangel. That's interesting. We'll take 4. We will take 4. Are the words I wanted to use there. They play a Scalding Tarn. Oh boy. Get a Sacred Foundry and play it tapped. Okay, cool. They do have a Sun Home in play, so watch out for that. Our Sliver player down to 1 card in hand. They're probably just going to cast their commander. They just cast their commander. Their commander does this crazy thing where it just keeps finding cards in their deck and playing them, which is a problem. Ooh, Barter Blood's going to be good. We can Siphon Mind here. Each player's going to discard a card. We draw a card for each card discarded this way. We got a God Paper General, their Winged Sliver, which is a really good one to get rid of. Ooh, Soul Ring was a great draw as well. So we can play the Soul Ring, and then play Basilica Guards. Attack this player for 4. So Winged Sliver is down, which is perfect. They lost this God Paper General, which is alright. And Tormod's Cryptate in the field is actually really strong because it gets rid of the Sliver player's graveyard, which is incredibly powerful. I don't think it's God Tribal, it's Inspired cards, which work really well with the Copters, because you can immediately trigger them on the next turn because you can tap them for free at instant speed, which is awesome. But yeah, we basically have to keep attacking the Vial Smasher deck. Because if we don't, we just end up not doing anything. So one of the cards we're actually worried about from the Sliver player is a card called the Meeboid Changeling. It's a Changeling that for 1 blue can tap to make a creature any type of creature. To make a creature any type of colors. Any type of creature types. So then you can use the Sliver Overlord to gain control of any creature your opponents play. Uh-oh. The Pain Train is here. 5 mana 8/6 with Menace and Crew 4. Here we go. The Pain Train has arrived. Which can be crude, so that could be an actual issue. They can also put the copter inside of the express if they want an 8-6 to block with. This crypt is probably going to be targeted at the Sliver Overlord player. Most Sliver decks have a large amount of recursion effects, because if you get a mass recursion with a Sliver deck, usually there's going to be a haste Sliver in there, and the game is just going to be over. So that is something we're going to watch out for. Alright, the Sliver finding begins. We can't do anything about this. So let's see what they find first. Are they going to find Constricting Sliver first? They're going to exile a creature, or... They could find a Haste Sliver here, like Blur Sliver, or Heart Sliver. There's a lot of slivers. There should be a game show where people just try and name as many slivers as possible, and the hardest part of the game show is to call someone out on it not actually being a sliver. You know, Virulent Sliver? I'm not sure if that's a sliver. Yeah, check it, it's a sliver. I'm gonna go with Sword of Kaldra Sliver. I'm pretty sure Sword of Kaldra Sliver isn't a sliver. Yeah, of course it is, check. Oh, looks like Sword of Kaldra Sliver is a sliver. We probably should take the exsanguinate. That's a Clot Sliver. 2 mana, 1/1. All slivers have 2 regenerate this permanent. Alright, he really does not want the Sliver Overlord to die, I'll tell you that. Rupture Spire hits the field, so they cannot find another Sliver. I love this deck. I love, love, love 10 Ticket Taxes. It's one of my favorites of all time. We can't gain life, though, because of this Erebos, so trust me when I say we're going to be attacking this person ruthlessly for the entire game. Like, until they're dead, our deck doesn't function. That's a real thing that's happening. We probably block the 7/7 if it comes at us. Oh, it doesn't come at us. Nice. California? I live in Florida. Actually, let's attack before I do anything here. This Ghost Council is not going to stop attacking the Erebos player. They're going to Chaos Warp it in response. How much do we care about this Ghost Council? Do we want to keep it alive by sacking Basilica Guards? Do we want... let's keep it alive by sacking Basilica Guards. That seems appropriate. Boop! Yeah. We'll scry 1. That Swamp can certainly go on the bottom. Ghost Council can run away. Chaos Warp does not resolve. Main phase 2. Cast our commander. Steal 2 life from our opponent. We're actually going to keep it in play. Usually I let the Obsidian run away here, but I'd rather just have the 5/5 in play. I think that's going to be pretty important. And the other Ghost Council hits the field. They're going to draw a card, go to 17. We're going to bring the other Ghost Council in. We would have gained so much life so far this turn. Like, so much life. We'd be in the 60s already. This is kind of crazy. We'd be in the high 60s by now. The amount of life we've lost out on because of this Erebos is immense. Which is why we're going to keep ruthlessly attacking the Erebos player until Erebos goes away. It's pretty simple that way. 7 mana. I'm expecting the volcanic whatever. We get to hide the Ghost Council again. The other reason why I left this Obsidat here is so that we can sacrifice it to Ghost Council so we can keep the Ghost Council. That's something I fully expect to happen this turn. Nope, just Battle Smasher coming back. Hey, Battle Smasher. We are probably going to get run over by the Pain Train this turn. Do I run fetch lands? In certain decks I run fetch lands. I made sure to grab the Khans of Darkir fetch lands when they came out, when they were really cheap on MTGO, which I hope everyone did, because they're only going to go up in price. They're going to get pretty expensive pretty quickly. The Zen fetch lands, I only own one of them online, I think Marsh Flats, which I should probably sell soon before they get reprinted, which I'm sure they will be. But yeah, those are the only fetch lands I really run. With the release of Khans of Darkir and Return to Ravnica, with all the shocks and all the fetches, I've been able to cobble together pretty good mana bases on MTGO, because you only need one copy of each of those cards, just with fetches and shocks. It was very, very, very simple to make a very good mana base for EDH decks on the cheap in the last couple of years, so I've been making sure to make good use of it. This version of the deck isn't super budget, actually. This version is a little bit more expensive than usual. I think I call this 10 ticket taxes with money. So we're running some more expensive cards in it, but we do have a very cheap version of this deck as well that looks basically the exact same. All right, Depala hits the field here. Well, this could be a pretty big Pain Train, actually. It's going to be like a 10-7, 10-8. It's pretty scary. We could double block, sacrifice our Obsidat, and go from there. Oh, this is a 4-2 automatically because of the Depala. That's pretty interesting. I didn't think of that. I don't think fetch lands really give you that big of an effect that they are required for how you build your deck. I think sometimes it can be really useful, especially if you're looking to play... A good example is if you're playing a Bant deck that has a whole bunch of things to do between turns 1 through 4 and they all cost different colors, then yeah, fetch lands and shocks can be really important for you. If you're just playing a normal deck that doesn't really need to play a bunch... Like, okay, there's two different decks, and I think one can work very well without a fetch land mana base and one doesn't. If you're playing a Rafik of the Many deck or a Derevi deck that needs to be able to play Enlightened Tutor on turn 1, into Bloom Tender on turn 2, into Rhystic Study on turn 3, yeah, you probably need fetches and shocks. If you're playing a Rurik Thar deck, you don't need fetches and shocks. You can get away with just basic lands and come to play tap lands. Like, you're going to be fine. I think that's really where I think about it there. Alright, we're being attacked by a 10-8, I'm assuming. Yep, 10-8 coming at us. 4-4 going at that player. I think we're going to block and sack the Obsidat here. Are we? Right now this makes 5 mana. I don't want to take 10. 10 puts me to 22. That's a bad number. What did they discard? Oh, they didn't even draw. This is 9 damage. I really don't want to take this damage. I still have Fumigate in hand. Yeah, let's not take this damage. No, if you're playing a Rurik Thar deck, like a green-red deck, you don't need fetches and shocks. That's true. We can actually just double block, let these guys die, and barter during our turn. Get rid of the pain train forever. That seems alright. What happens if we do that? We lose this Ghost Council. We get to get rid of both of these. Pain Train goes away. We get to catch another Sliver. But if I have this 4/4 back, I can block the Sliver Overlord that comes our way. I think... How important is this Obsidat? Honestly, let's think about it, right? If this goes to our graveyard, we have 3 creatures in our graveyard. That makes us actually really close to activating. Yeah, let's just trade. We're going to trade. I'm trading for your Pain Train. That's actually happening here. We're going to scry 2. Well, this can be a lot more than 7 during their turn. I want to put that out there. Be a lot more than 7. All right. Let's scry 2. Blind Hunter. All right. I'm in for a Blind Hunter. That sounds nice. Put that on top. God, we could be gaining so much life. That's what's triggering me right now is how much life we could be gaining during our turns. It legitimately kills me. Some duels are pretty expensive. I don't have a lot of the original duels. So stuff like the Alpha, Beta, Unlimited duels. I don't have a lot of them. I have some of them. Some of them are super cheap, like Plateau and Taiga. But some of them are still stupid expensive. So there's some I don't have, some I do. Like I don't have Volcanic Island, but I do have Tundra. I'm pretty sure I have one each of all of the Ravnica Shocks. And I'm very sure I have one each of all of the Khazad Arkhir fetch lands. And I have exactly one of the Zendikar fetch lands. Yeah. It's really interesting. Yeah, some of them are super cheap, some of them are super expensive. It just is kind of a crapshoot on which ones you find. Alright. So our Sliver player can look for a Sliver here. Wonder which one they look for. Gemhide Sliver, that's a good one here. 2 mana, 1/1. All Slivers have tap at 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Are they going to find another Sliver? They're going to look for another Sliver. By the way, this is what Sliver Overlord does. Just all of a sudden it's like, oh, they just keep finding Slivers. What's going on? It never stops. It just keeps going and going and going. They find Heart Sliver. Now all their Slivers have haste. Which means they can tap these 2 to regenerate. This is literally what this deck does. It's a huge toolbox deck focused around Sliver Overlord. It's crazy how this deck works. And it can be incredibly strong. No attacks is nice. Alright. We draw Blind Hunter. We knew we were drawing Blind Hunter. Play Caves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We could play Night of Obligation to Blind Hunter. Steal 3 life from this person. Take 1 from everybody else. Have blockers. Then when they die... to Wrath Effect, we can go from there. We could Fumigate here. They can regenerate one of their creatures, though, with Clot Sliver. So we could Barter in Blood first. They probably sacrifice the Clot Sliver and the Gemhide Sliver. Keep Heart Sliver. Gets rid of the Smasher and the Motorist and the Depala. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. We could then just cast Night of Obligation. That seems fine. We could also fire up Shambling Vent and attack our top left player. Be hilarious, actually. This Tormod's Crypt is going to be very important going forward, because it's going to exile all the Slivers from this player's graveyard before they can reanimate them. Oh, Basilica makes 2. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got a good point there. Well, we'll still play Night Obligation. Just tap out. Oh, that's right. They can search for a sliver in response. Jesus Christ, slivers. Come on. It never stops. What do they find? They find Sliver Queen. Okay, there. That's going to be an issue. They probably get rid of the Clot and Sliver Overlord then? Yeah, they get rid of the Clot. Ooh, Subversion. That's going on the bottom. Temple of Silence also going on the bottom. Okay. Right. Part of me feels like I have to actually fumigate these guys off the board because of the... What's it called? But we'll just play Night Obligation and pass. Much obliged. Alright. Surprised they left up double red here for this Erebos. Very surprised. I mean, they might have had Reiterate. Or Fork or something like that. I forget the actual name of the card I'm thinking of. Reiterate's the 3-mana 1. Reverberate is the 2-mana 1. Yeah, there's a couple of different ones. They're pretty silly. Slivers overall are pretty balanced and fair. I'm going to stick up for Slivers here a little bit. Balanced and fair is a bit much, but Slivers definitely do a decent job of being very well controlled by Wrath effects. Oh, that's cool. Dragon Scale General is a really smart idea. 4 mana, 2/3 at the beginning of your end step. Bolster X for X number of tapped creatures you control. That's a great idea. So you can animate this and then go from there. That's cool. Yep. Three damage going in. They discarded Mana Crypt. That's probably about right. No need for Mana Crypt right now. This player is still at 37 because no one has felt the need to attack them. Ooh, they're actually going to bolster 2 onto this Copter. That's really good in this deck. This is a smart idea. So, yeah, that's really awesome. That's really, really, really awesome. Well, yeah, that would be a bad thing. But it has to happen first. This is a really cool interaction that I did not expect to see. This is a smart, smart, smart play. Yeah, once you gain control of Sliver Hive Lord, like, you just get to be the best. And that was a 5/5 Smuggler's Copter. That's so cool. That's such a wonderful idea. Also, man, Smuggler's Copter is a good Magic card. Alright, so we can expect to see... This is not Sliver Queen, because that's not how you pay for Sliver Queen. At all. What are they starting with? Constricting Sliver or something like that? They're starting with Overlord. Whoa, really? Huh. Interesting start. I'm very surprised they're starting with Overlord. Very, very surprised they're starting with Overlord. The card we're probably looking for is Pestilence, by the way. Okay, for 3. They have 6 mana here. They could actually cast the Silver Queen and start doing fun stuff with it now if they wanted to. If they wanted to. Alright, I wonder what they're going to find here. I don't think there's a card that lets them go infinite right now. I don't think there is one. There could be one that I'm not thinking of. Crypt Sliver is decent, but, I mean, doesn't win them the game, which is good. They can regenerate the 2 slivers, though, which could be an issue. 1 to black for a 1/1 haste, tap, regenerate target sliver. All slivers have tap, regenerate target sliver. Paradox Engine, that's true, that's right. Paradox Engine would actually win the game. Pretty handily. Ooh. This card is terrible right now. Actively terrible. But also really funny, so we're just gonna start extorting. Even though I can't gain life off of it, at least it deals 1 to everybody. Look, stored for 1. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, they lose X life for X number of cards in that player's hand minus the number of cards in my hand. So we're going to attack our top left player here for 2, because I have not forgotten about you. You are preventing me from gaining life, thus you will be attacked. Blind Hunter. I would like to extort. All the life we're missing out on hurts me so much. I hate this. I hate it so much. I need you to die, Erebos player. I need you to die. Because I'm losing all this life. And I'm very annoyed by it. Blind Hunter, 4 mana 2/2 with flying and haunt. When it enters the battlefield or the creature it haunts dies, target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Well, now they're just killing themselves. They're effectively at 3. If they do that again, they die. Due to Dark Suspicions. So now they take 3 due to Dark Suspicions. They're at 3 now. This card, not that great when you have an opponent at 2 cards in hand and an opponent at 1 card in hand, but sometimes it can do decent things. Gamble? Uh-oh. What are you gambling for? Damnation? Let's see what hits your graveyard. Well, Wild Ricochet went to the graveyard, so it wasn't Wild Ricochet. Are they going to Exsanguinate here for like a bunch? That might be one of their only plays they can do. What's this? Exsanguinate for 5. Okay. Yep, one of the only things they can do there. They're back up to 18. Alright. They might just be dead to slivers. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. I really don't mind either way. If I cared, I would make it. No, I really don't care. Alright, so Sanguinate triggers. They take 0 damage from our Dark Suspicions. Because they only have 1 card in hand. Ah, shoot. Almost had him. The Erebos deck is only not... The Erebos deck has only played Erebos. If this player never played Erebos this game, they wouldn't even be considered. Like, the amount of stuff they haven't done to affect the game is immense. They're only being targeted because they played Erebos. That's it. Which has prevented us from gaining at least 40 to 45 life. We could be at such a better standpoint, but Erebos is in play. So there's that. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the expectation is that you're not going to play differently, because I do like to talk about the cards in my hand, because as far as ghosting is concerned, I don't mind if you listen to the stream. The reason why I don't mind is because I'm assuming that, like, you're a decent person, and you're not going to affect the way you play because I talk about the cards in my hand. If you do, it's kind of disappointing, but beyond that, there's nothing I can do about it, obviously. We also have 5/5 Smuggler's Copter in play. This is going to get real weird. Stupid Erebos. Stupid Erebos. It's literally Erebos' fault. God. Like, we would have this game so in hand. I guess the one downside is... the one upside about Erebos is that the way this deck loses is that it gets targeted because you're at such a high life total. Okay, I'll block with Blind Hunter. I'm down. Discarding Oval Chase Dragster. Oh no, not the Dragster. It's kind of why I played Blind Hunter here. We'll haunt our Knight of Obligation. Yeah. I know it's super warping my threat assessment. I'm not too worried about the red-white deck. I am worried about the Sliver deck by a lot. But I couldn't really do anything to Sliver deck that turn anyways. Like, it would have been 3 extra life, maybe. This Swamp goes in the bottom. So we're going to haunt our Knight of Obligation here. I do hate Infect. Oh, hell no. I hate Infect. Infect is disgusting. Really, really dislike Infect. Yeah, I don't really know how that connects at all. Really, really, really dislike Infect. I think it's dumb and doesn't make the game more fun. I don't know. It's weird. I mean, the main way that I play Commander, if you've watched enough of the stuff that I do make, it is heavily based around presenting a threat and making my opponents deal with it. Because one of the things I hate about Commander is that some play groups have this feeling that, oh, Commander is a game based around everyone dirtling for 20,000 turns, and then eventually something happens. I find that type of magic really boring. I've never been one to play super control decks in Standard. My decks that I make, especially when it comes to formats like Standard or Extended or Modern, and especially EDH, are decks that actually win the game. I always find it a bad idea to make a deck that its whole purpose of being there is, oh yeah, look at all these silly things I can do and I'm given 20 turns. I hate that. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It just makes everyone sit around twiddling their thumbs and nothing happens. So what I would rather do is play fair decks that present threats that my opponents need to react to. For me, that's a constructive game. That's a good game. All right, here's Basil Sliver. Sacrifices that double black to your mana pool. I think we're dead. Yeah, they can make infinite tokens here after they cast the Basil Sliver. Yeah. Which sometimes it sounds like that's what people would rather have. Like when I read some of the comments when it comes to stuff like Commander Clash, it kind of feels like people are like, oh well, I mean, it would have been better if this player hadn't just played a bunch of creatures and forced the game to eventually end. And I'm like, man, I'm totally okay with that. Games should eventually end. This is infinite creatures, I think. If not infinite creatures, infinite mana. It's infinite mana. It's infinite mana, infinite creatures here, actually. So that's the game, by the way. We get to scry a lot, which is nice. So Basil Sliver, 2 and a black. You can sacrifice a sliver to add double black to your mana pool. So you can use this sliver. So what you can do is you can pay 2 through the Sliver Queen to make a 1/1 sliver. And then you can sacrifice the 1/1 sliver. You can tap the sliver for mana, then sacrifice the sliver to then put the mana back to the Sliver Queen. So you generate a mana each time that happens. So right now they have infinite mana, infinite slivers. So technically the game is over unless someone has something fancy. We're also going to be scrying a lot. Boop, down. Guild Feeder can go on the bottom as well. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just going to ask if anyone has an answer. If no one has an answer, we can concede. All right, yeah. Our red white player said they don't have an answer to this, so then I'm just we're good to concede. I already told you how the combo works, so that's how the combo works. Pretty simple that way. I don't want to scry 1 every single turn, and it takes a year for them to put out enough power to kill everybody. No, I don't have an answer with the Wrath in hand, because what they're going to do that turn is they generate a mana every single time they make a sliver, which means they can make infinite slivers with haste, and then they can also make infinite mana, which means they can then use the Sliver Overlord to be able to find other slivers, like Gigantic Sliver or Poisonous Sliver, and then be able to kill people even quicker. So in the end, what ends up happening is they make infinite mana, they use the Overlord to find infinite slivers, they then cast the infinite slivers, and they just win the game. Like, at that point, because of Basil Sliver, they win. There's nothing else you can do. So, yeah. It's kind of how that works. By the way, that was why we probably should have wrathed the board when I mentioned... I'm feeling like wrathing the board. Because we would have been able to kill the Heart Sliver and the Gemhide Sliver, which are really important slivers. In the back of my mind, I thought it's possible that if we all work together, we can kill the sliver player before it's necessary. But it ended up being where we just gave them too much time to develop a combo, which was disappointing overall. I think we definitely could have won that game if we had just wrathed there. I was being too greedy. I should have wrathed instead of waiting for a time to kill the Erebos to gain life off of the wrath. Especially once they were tapped out and couldn't regenerate, we definitely should have wrathed, because it's also possible that our other player would have exiled their graveyard and then they're just sent back to the Stone Age. They still can assemble that combo in the future, but I think we definitely played that wrong. We should have wrathed when we could have and gotten rid of the Gemhide Sliver and the Haste Sliver. By not doing that, we just ended up in a situation where we couldn't do anything, so that's on us. Yeah. You can regenerate one of them, not both. I know that. No, after I played the Barter in Blood, you were tapped out and both your slivers were tapped. Because you used it to find the Sliver Queen or whatever. And then I could have wrathed then, is what I mean. Commander can be played in one-on-one. It's usually called French Commander or Competitive Commander. It's actually a whole different set of rules, funnily enough. But the type of commander I like is 4-player commander. I think it's a lot more fun and a lot more engaging. You get to do more things with it, which is nice. Yeah, like 4 turns earlier. Yeah. Tentacus. Oh man, I love Team Ascendancy. This deck still $10? This deck is good. I'll tell you that. These are the best colors right here. If anyone ever asks, if anyone ever says that a color pair besides Teamer is the best color pair in Commander, they're actively lying to you. And they should know that they're actively lying to you. This is the best color pair in Commander by like a mile. Color pairing, at least. Oh man, this is such a good deck. I really want to play it. Oh, we can't just play it, Tom. You could just choose his deck to play next. Oh, good point. Thanks, Tom. There's no way this deck is $10 anymore, though. I do not have an Espiri deck, I don't think. I can check. I might. H. I. It doesn't look like I do. A flying base deck, maybe? No, I don't have an Espiri the Inscrutable deck. It's a good guess. It's a good guess. You could literally say anything. I should definitely look because I have 3 different versions of Carador. I have a Karn deck apparently. Caseto. Kurkesh, Lazov, MS for Mizzix. This is a funny deck, by the way. It's actually also very good. You know what? Yeah, let's play this deck. I'm down for some. MS for Mizzix. Ooh, there might be cards I need to put from the new set in this though. One sec. Aether Revolt, Kaladesh, Eldritch Moon. And then also, you make the cube. Red, blue, colorless. Sort by name. Go to M. Alright, Geist is in. Don't need to make Mischief. This doesn't work for me. Summonings is in. Middleware Colossus, My Isolation is in. Wanderer isn't good enough. Oh wow, we're not missing anything. Okay, good to know. Do we have enough? Do we have any artifacts we can use with that? We have a Mind Stone, Wellspring, Manolith. I already had a nice amount of artifacts. Can we get away with Merchant's Dark Hand? Nah, we can't get away with that card. It's not good enough. Production won't work. Yeah, looks like we got all the stuff we need. Yeah, that sounds awesome, Akbar. Okay. This hand is pretty good. I'm in for this hand. Oh, I've never seen this deck. Oh, I'm excited now. Ooh, this is going to be fun. So we are playing Mizzix of the Ismagnus. 2 blue-red for a 2/2 Goblin Wizard. Whenever you cast into a sorcery spell with CMC greater than the number of experience counters you have, you get an experience counter. Instant sorceries cost 1 less to cast for each experience counter you have. Our top left player is playing Caseto, a Orochi Archmage. 1 green-blue for a 2/2 Snake Wizard. For a green and a blue, target creature can't be blocked this turn. If it's a snake, it gets +2/+2. Our middle player is partnering up with Bruce Tarl, Boorish Herder. 2 red white for a 3/3 human ally. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, target creature you control gets double strike and lifelink. Timna the Weaver, 1 white black for a 2/2 lifelinking human cleric. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, you may pay X life for X number of opponents ever dealt combat damage this turn. If you do, you draw X cards. And our top right player is also partnering up. They have Rayhan, Last of the Abzan, 1 black-green for a 0/0 human warrior that enters the battlefield with 3 +1/+1 counters. Whenever a creature you control dies or is put... Ooh, Magmatic Insight, you say. Whenever a creature dies or is put into the command zone with +1/+1 counters on it, you can transfer those +1/+1 counters to another creature. And then Ravos is a 5-mana 2/2 with flying. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Turn 2 Sram, so we can look forward to a Mardu equipment-based deck, it looks like. Yeah, the reason why I'm not responding to non-M card suggestions is because this deck is just M cards. Yeah. So there's that. Ooh, Mind Culling. I love that card. Gonna tap out and pass. Our goal is to draw a red source and then cast our commander and play Magmatic Insight and go from there. That's all we're trying to do. We have a plan for turn 5. That's about it. We need to draw a red source, though, I'll tell you that. Oh, why did we not play Majoring Network and put a counter on it? That would have been much better than what I did instead. Oof, that would have been much better. Here comes Timna. You're going to be able to draw a card here. No brawls in this one. Strom ends up going at the Ravos player. They get to draw a card here from the Tymna. This is a really cool card, but I'm still not sure if it's good. Like, I wouldn't put it in a deck where it wasn't the commander, I guess. Oh, let me open this door for the cats. I got you, Louie. 1 sec. There you go. Ooh, Fertilid is pretty good in this deck, actually. I like a Fertilid. Does some good work in Rayhan. Alright, play Majoring Network this time. Put a storage counter on Majoring Network, like a smart person. Pass. I should have 2 counters on it. We certainly messed that up. It's all good. Next turn, we'll play our commander, naked and afraid. Coiling Oracle hits the field, actually finds a land off the top to come into play. And a Blade of Selves. Oh, this card is so good. 2 mana equipment. Equip creature has a myriad. Equips for 4. So now if they equip the Coiling Oracle and attack with it, they get to look at the top 3 cards of their library and either draw them or put them in play. This is crazy. Memnarch plus Mycosynth Lattice. I do not believe I have that combination of cards in the deck, but I'm not too sure. It's got an Eminent, though. It's a pretty good guess. There's a Mana Crypt in this deck. Nice. No Lattice in this build. There was a Mind's Desire, though. That's pretty sexy, right? We're going to take 2 damage from Srom. Can't do anything about that one. So now they can pay 2 life to draw 2 cards from the Tymna. They choose to do that. Makes sense. Rakdos Signet hits the field. This is, I don't know, I'm coming around on Tymna. Especially in the early turns. When you can make sure to play it on turn 3, this card can do some really good work. It's a good blocker too. Blocks, gains life. It's not bad at all, actually. Huh. I could get down to Clown with Tymna. Mobile Garrison! Oh yeah! 3 mana, 3/4. Whenever it attacks and tap another target artifact or creature you control. Here I am saying equipment based. Equipment based? Psh. Obviously, it's a vehicle based Mardu deck. How can I be so blind? Ooh, Crystalline Crawler. 4 mana, 4/4. It's really a 4 mana 1/1, but when it enters the battlefield, with a +1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. And then you can remove the counters to actually generate mana. You could tap to put a counter onto it. Hey, look, a Mindslaver. Well, we still haven't drawn a land, which could be an issue, but we're just going to cast our commander and pass because we got nothing else we can do. Your turn, opponents. I got a 2/2. We desperately need to draw a land. Specifically a mountain. Actually, we need to draw a land, discard it to Magmatic Insight, then draw a mountain anyways and cast that. That's what we need, boys and girls. Children of all ages. It's exactly what we need. They're going to draw a lot of cards off this Coiling Oracle. A whole bunch of cards off this Coiling Oracle. So we're going to get 2 extra copies of Coiling Oracle put into play tapped and attacking due to Blade of Selves and Myriad. They are going to reveal cards at the top of their library until they get the cards they need. They reveal a Sasuke summons and a Lore Scale Quaddle. Both go to their hand. We will block this 1/1 over here. Blooped. Blocked. Yeah, Myriad Sword on Coiling Oracle is insane value. Almost as much value as putting the Myriad Sword on a Stalin Simulacrum. Which I've seen done, and is obnoxious value. Like, you can just die and go to heaven value. It's just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. It's like, it's just beautiful. Ooh, Cultivator's Caravan. It is a vehicle deck. This makes me so happy. This makes me unduly happy. I love this so much. So, when I was talking about this Mardu deck being a equipment-based deck because they played Strom on turn 2, boy, was I wrong. Turns out we're just going to be going vroom vroom with vehicles this entire time. I can't not play basics. I will tell you that. Need to play basics. All the non-basics have M in them, though. Welcome to the Circus of Value, which is a reference to Bioshock. Galvanic Blast went ahead and got rid of the Coiling Oracle there. Really glad I didn't kill the Mizzix. We now have a 4-5 mobile garrison ready to rumble because it's being crewed by the veteran motorist. Wow, we desperately need lands. This is kind of what happened last time. This deck plays 38 lands. This shouldn't be happening. I'll tell you that right now. If you can get copies of the Myriad Sword. It's not legendary, right? No, it's not legendary. You could. I don't really know what would happen. I'll tell you that right now. I think it would trigger twice if you have Myriad. Double Myriad. So, definitely something to experiment. My best guess is that it would actually cause MTGO to break. I'm going to be honest. Yep, nothing but M's, boys and girls. Nothing but M's. Eventually you realize it when you look at the hand, you're like, man, why is he playing? I can see playing Mags of the Arena. Actually, it's more like I can see playing Mizium, Mortars, and Magmatic Insight. That makes sense. I can kind of see playing Mind Culling. It's a fun card to try out in this kind of build. I can see playing Mindslaver. Memnarch is a bit of a stretch. And Magus of the Arena is a bit of a stretch, but I don't understand the Magus of the... Is it a combo deck? And then eventually you say M enough where you're like, oh, wait. Oh, he's just dumb. This deck does nothing. I totally missed that part. It's my favorite part about this deck. Is eventually you're like, oh, wait, no, this deck is just stupid. This deck means nothing. I missed that part totally. Alright, so they activate Winding Canyon. Are they going to cast something? They are certainly using the counters from Crystalline Crawler, and they do cast the Rayhan here. And it's a speed through Winding Canyons. This is an underappreciated spell, card, really. From Weatherlight, I think. You can pay 2 and tap it until end of turn. You may cast creatures supposedly add flash. Which is just awesome. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Do I have the entire alphabet in decks? If so, can I link them? I do not have the entire alphabet in decks, no. I only have M and W so far. I couldn't imagine making one for every single letter. Some of them would be actually impossible. Like, you can't do Q. And you can't do Z, I'm pretty sure. That is an Ajani Menor Heroes. Time to put 3+1/+1 counters onto this Crystalline Crawler. S would be amazing, that's for sure. Alright, we definitely need to draw land. Like, we really, really, really need to draw land. Like, we can cast Mizium Mortars and put a counter on a Majoring Network. That's kind of what we have to do, which is embarrassing. That doesn't actually kill that, funnily enough, because they just tap it and put a counter onto it, right? Yeah, okay. If we kill the Rayhan, the 3 counters go onto the Crystalline Crawler. That's bad. I think we have to tap this down with Malfunction and attack in on the Ajani? That can't be right. Let's Mizium Mortars. Killing maybe the Fertilid? I guess we kill the Shram? Yeah, let's kill the Shram. Oh, this is disgusting. Putting a storage counter onto the network. Eat the Fertilid. They remove counters in response to give themselves an extra land, but nothing I can do about that. There are 86 cards to start with the letter Z. Alright. Put the counter onto Rayhan. This deck has 38 lands, right? Okay, and ways to get extra lands? Okay, good. Just wanted to check. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it does. Yeah, I can't imagine there being that many Z's. Like, sort by name. Go all the way to the bottom. There's a Zergo and a Zer. You probably have to go Zer, and you miss out. I don't think you have enough cards to make a Zer deck. Yeah, you run out right about here, right? There's a lot of red, white, blue, and black. It's so spread out. And, oh my god, and it ends real quick too. 1, 2, 3. I guess probably quantity. Also cards I don't own. There we go. Zergos. Oh, there's a lot of things that start with zombie. That's nice. These cards don't exist on MTGO, by the way, just for a heads up. I guess you probably go with a slight zombie theme. Like Zer zombies. I still don't think you have enough cards to actually make a deck. But it's close. Ooh, Orange Viper and some snakes. So our opponent probably played Sasuke summons and then cast Orange Viper and put the summons back into their hand. Alright, let's see what our Mardu player goes for. They're probably going to try and kill the Ajani this turn, which I think they can probably do. Be surprised if they can't. Metalwork Colossus. Alright, that was not a card I expected to come down this turn. I'm very glad it doesn't have haste. There's 51 cards for Zer. That's not terrible. Good old 48 land deck. Ugh. Probably have to wait for Z. Like, that's something I would start from A and end on Z and hopefully have enough cards for Z. Oh, Pain Train coming through. Aradara Express, drawing a card off of SRAM. Also, this is kind of why I didn't kill SRAM. I don't know. I just kind of like this guy drawing his trains. Sounds dumb. But it felt mean to kill the guy making the vehicles. Also, I didn't want to attack that player because then they attack me with their vehicles. Not looking for that. Good luck with Q. I don't even want to see Q. I don't think there's enough for anything. That would be a very hard deck to win with. M is not difficult, by the way. R isn't difficult. I don't really know magic cards that start with Q. I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of questing, and that's about it. Oh my god, there's a lot of R. Alright, so there's some elves. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 36, 37, 30, 39. There's exactly 39 cards that start with Q. Alright. Ooh, this is actually going to be a big blowout. I'm excited about this. Alright, so they're going to put a counter onto this guy. If they crew it again, does it get an additional +1/+1? I think it does, right? So they can recrew it? They did not recrew it. Okay. Try X? I think X works actually pretty easily. I mean, not easily, but... Never mind, there's not a lot of X's. Oh god, there's barely any X's. Oh man. There's 5... Okay. There's like 6 X's. Yeah, you can't do alphabet soup. You probably have to do like X, Y, Z. You could probably get away with like Q, X, Z as a deck. Just like, hey, we had to fit them in. Phyrexian Arena comes down for our +1/+1 counter deck. They're gonna put 3 +1/+1 counters onto the Crawler. That's 7 mana they have available. They have 3 cards in hand though. We take 4 commander damage. Nice. Alright, cool. Do we get to mind culling here? That'd be nice. I think we do. Alright, let's draw 2. Hopefully a land is among them. Because we definitely need lands. Again in this deck. This deck hates lands. It abhors lands. Thinks lands are the actual devil. Lands. I will play this mountain and love it forever. Good job, Tom. You found a mountain. Alright, pass. Got rid of Decree of Savagery and returned to Dust. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright. Your turn, opponents. Still got nothing. Whole bunch of nothing over here. I've got 0 things that are good right now. All my spells cost 2 less, which is good. But nothing else. Let's get rid of Memnarch. That's never happening. Have a good one, Akbar. Our opponent's going Office Sasuke Summons. So it's a 3-mana sorcery. You create 2 1/1 snakes, and then whenever a non-token snake enters the battlefield, you may return this to your hand. I love Sasuke summons. It's hilarious. Sabretooth Cobra hits the field. Whenever it deals damage to a player, they get a poison counter. They get another at the beginning of the next upkeep unless they pay 2 before that step. Which is also hilarious. This deck is just hilarious. We did do an Alphabet Soup episode. Funnily enough, this deck won that episode. Even though it got stuck on lands, just like it is now, even though it's running 38 lands and should not get stuck on lands. That's alright, though. We'll just see what happens this turn. We can draw a land, and then discard it to Magmatic Insight, and then play Mind's Desire for 2, and hopefully just hit 2 lands. It's an option. No blocks. You can draw a card. Right? It's still playing 38 lands, isn't it? Yeah, good. Okay. One of these days, this deck will draw real cards. Today is not that day, but on a day in the future, it will happen. Also, a lot of pain is going to be coming from this Mardu player this turn. A whole heck of a lot of pain. This Ardara Express is being crewed. This Cultivator's Caravan is being crewed. They have a 10/10 Metalwork Colossus that's looking to get in. This is going to be a really scary turn. And I don't think this Crystalline Crawler is going to be able to defend this Ajani Mentor Heroes. Oh, I'm very sure you can build a Y deck. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Ooh, maybe not. There's only 30. Man, I am really bad at guessing this kind of stuff. You can play Yidris to some good effect. But no, you don't have enough. Wow. Well, consider me surprised. It would be a good deck, though. That's the funny thing. There's 8 in each row. Well, you see. Okay, so I worked yesterday and I'm tired. Going with that one. Well, that's embarrassing. There's a lot more than I thought there was. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's about 48-ish. Okay. You can get really close with Y right now. Oh, Moto crashed in response to Temple of Triumph. I like it. Moto was like, too much value, sir. Scrying from a land that produces 2 colors? You get out of here. So who has the winning position in this game? Not us. Is it the Rayhan deck who has 1 card in hand, or is it the SRAM deck who's got all the vehicles? I think it's actually the Mardu vehicle deck. Like, this turn, they can just give that Metalwork Colossus double strike and annihilate everybody. Are we dead? Honest question. They can crew up the Aradar Express. They can cast their commander, make it a 9/6 double strike lifelinker. That's 18 damage we can't block. They can send the Metalwork Colossus our way too. Eesh. Eesh. That is a good point, Gab. If the stream isn't, if MTGO isn't crashing, we're not actually playing Commander. That's a fact. They could also do the same thing. Like, here's a decent attack. You crew up the Ardar Express. You give it double strike and lifelink. You send the Colossus and the Express at the counters player. You probably send the Colossus at the face and the Ardar Express at the Ajani. Then they're just SOL, I'm pretty sure. Here's Bruce Tarl hitting the field. What's getting double strike? Now, if they can give Bruce Tarl haste, it's just an insane attack. So what are they going to get double strike and lifelink? I'm guessing the Express. Alright, so we have a Menace 9-7. Cool, cool, cool. Not bad. They have something else to cast? Blood Mist! Okay. So that's probably a double striking 10-10 as well. I believe the term casually and easily is involved here. So the question is, where does this go? So they can swing with 38 damage this turn. Like, they have 38 damage on board. That is not bad at all. They're just going straight to face with both of them. They're like, you know what? Show me what you got. I'm just going straight to face. Alright, looks like they do have something from Winding Canyons. Can they play Ravos? They can play Ravos for an extra blocker, which is good. If they want to, which they probably want to. So they're going to flash in their other... Oh, they're flashing in Sun Titan! Ooh, boy! Alright, Sun Titan flashing into play. That came out of nowhere. Those are some better blockers. Alright, Sun Titan was their last card in hand. That's a card to keep after you get Mind Culled. They still have 5 mana here if they want to use it. Now they're into blocks. Probably just put the Fertilid in front of this and then take 18, I guess. Also get 2 extra lands from the Fertilid. Oh, no, they're blocked. Oh, I don't agree with that block at all. Oh, do you not know how Double Strike works? This is not a very good block for you. You're losing all of your creatures this way. And they lose nothing. Okay. I don't exactly agree with this play. I'm glad you enjoyed it, at the very least. I'm a MTGO fan as well. I guess, oh, they're going to play their commander. Okay, never mind. This does make sense. So they don't take damage, they play their commander. During their upkeep, they're just going to be able to return the Sun Titan to their hand, which they can then return the Fertilid to play. Okay, that's good, actually. I will admit that I was incredibly wrong. Because this is much better than I thought it was going to be. So now, they don't take any combat damage. All they do is gain 9. They put 2 counters onto Ravos, I would assume. They do. Okay, this is much better than I thought it was. I was incorrect. Happily admit I was incorrect here, too. That was a really good play. Oh, thanks, Apple Software. Now, during their upkeep, they can return the Sun Titan to their hand with Ravos, play the Sun Titan. They're getting closer to his Johnny going off. Yeah, usually I'll be posting my deck list to MTG Goldfish. If you want to ask about a specific deck, feel free to just like kind of be like, hey, can you post this deck list? But after I stream, I also post these up onto YouTube. And on YouTube, you'll also be able to check out the deck list, because I'll post all the deck lists there. They are 1 away from 100 life. They bring back the Sun Titan. They're just going to look at the top 4 here. Revealing Gav, Guru Spores. Gav is amazing in this deck. Alright, no attacks. Hey, can we draw a real spell? Like for real people? Or a land would be good. I'll take lands. Land. Magma Spray! Sure, why not? That does nothing for me. Are we like forced into just like Mind Claw Shamaning here? Alright, let's go for it. We're gonna cast Mind Claw Shaman. We're gonna target our Mardu player. Now we're gonna target our green-blue player. Hopefully they have like a Boundless Realm or something. We'll at least make 2 1/1s, I'll tell you that. Alright, we're making 2 1/1s. Which triggers my Mizzix. Nice. The plan all along, boys and girls. Plan all along. We got 2 1/1s. Hello and good luck. There are other cards in there I don't care about, but the best part is they still get to cast this, so they're not even out of this Sasuke summons. Nice. Oh, I think I'm under MTG Radio on YouTube as well. I would assume as much. As far as on MTG Goldfish, that's a great question. I can give you that answer right now. I'm trying to give you that answer right now. Oh. I'm also under MTG Radio. Yeah. That works. It's a lot of snakes. A lot of snakes on this plane. Eventually, we're all going to die to these snakes. I'm putting it out there right now. I'm very sure we're all just going to die to the plague snakes. Ooh, bog. You should probably bog this player on the top right. Yep, bogging the Ravos player. That gets rid of the Crawler and the Fertilid, which is important. Left is snakes, and the middle is the plains. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Man, you guys are much more creative than I am half the time. I didn't even see that. Like, are we forced to play Magus of the Jar next turn? This is so embarrassing. Aerial Modification. Enchant Vehicle. Alright. It now gets +2/+2 and flying. Here we go. Boys and girls. I've had to choose either life or llamas. Life, 100%. I'd rather be alive. Alright, so that's going to be a flying 8/6 train. The pain train is officially active. 10/8 flying menace Arabot. Oh, man. Yeah. So we're just living on borrowed time right now. What's this? Oh, this is a USF Bulls shirt. I went to University of South Florida for my undergraduate in my bachelor's in biology. And so that's the school I hail from. Go Bulls. Okay. So we have an activated Cultivator Caravan. We're going to be giving double strike to 2 different creatures due to Bruce Tarl. I think this is going to be a good turn for them again. They're actually at a high life total. This is going to be scary. Very scary. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what we have to do, D-Law. Like, I'm very sure that's what we have to do. Bruce Tarl should probably just attack us. So he can get to the double strike and lifelink. Yep. It's totally correct. Ooh, interesting. They drew Mortify here. They're just going to be able to kill the Ardar Express. That's a great draw from our junk player. So that is now a super dead flying train with lifelink and double strike. How much investment is needed to make a decent to fun EDH deck in MTGO? Only about $10. Sometimes not even. Who are good group hug commanders? I would say when I'm looking at group hug, I mean, Feldegriff is the classic group hug commander. It's always going to be good, so that's definitely a good place to start. Put a snake in front of that. Yeah, I would probably start with Feldegriff and go from there. It just does the most work for what you're trying to do. Gonna put 5+1/+1 counters onto the Ravos. It's gonna get real big real quick. But yeah, plus Bant is the colors you want. If you're really going for group hug, you should probably go for either Feldegriff or Kainos and Tiro Meletus. Both of those decks have pretty good win conditions after you give everyone extra cards and stuff, which is pretty cool. So those would probably be the two routes I would go. And then sometimes you can go like group slug with something like Nikasar, which could be pretty fun. That's always up to the person. Okay. Huh, what are they doing here? They're gonna like harness lightning the Ravos in response. That'd be pretty sexy. They're gonna exile the Ravos in response. That's also pretty good. Alright. But yeah, Kainos and Tiro are pretty good for group hug, certainly. Alright, that was a really good play from our Mardu player there. They were able to exile the Ravos before it got the extra 5+1/+1 counters, and now the Ravos player doesn't just get to return that card to their hand, which is really strong. Although the Ravos player is very close to just gaining 100 life, I also don't know if that's important. It's kind of funny. Expecting them to, look at the top 4 cards of the Ajani here. They find Reclamation Sage, which will probably get rid of the Blood Mist if I were to guess. There's no real reason to get rid of Metalwork Colossus that way. During our turn, we draw a land? Of course we don't. Alright, fine. Fine. We will Magma Spray this Lorascale Quaddle, probably. Magma Spray the Lorascale Quaddle. Cast this. Mind's Desire for 2. We get 2 shots on Mind's Desire. Hopefully we hit either a land or a spell. Please. Please, please, please. What do we got? We get a Mirari. That's fun. What else? A Myriad Landscape. I am so down for both of these. Oh my gosh. Wait, why didn't the Sram die? What? Oh, yeah, because I killed Lorascale Quaddle. Duh. Alright, good job, me. Pass. I got nothing. That's all I got. Here's another summons. The summons are never going to stop. If I was them, I would probably just leave up the unblockability from Casado. Because you can just make this Metalwork Colossus unblockable and then their stuff just dies. Alright, they're going to do that with the Sabertooth Cobra, which is interesting. Are they going to go for the Ajani? Are they going to go for us? They go for the Ajani. That's very true. Soke never has a mistake. What is my favorite commander deck? Right now, this moment, my favorite commander deck is probably Afara. I love Afara. It's just so much value, and you get to always put important creatures on the board, and you get to make sure your opponents have to react to what you're doing. So are all the things I love in Commander, and I love Afara because of it. Usually oscillates between Afara, Sultai decks, and then actually, it's either Afara or it's the Jeskai Ascendancy deck, which is hilarious. From my understanding, MTGO does not have cards in different languages. You can probably switch the language on your MTGO, but you can't use MTGO to like have different language cards. So like if I can't buy a German pack of Zendikar, if that makes sense. I'm assuming you can. It's probably somewhere in MTGO you can make it that way. I'm not sure where, but it's probably somewhere. Yeah, they have to have language options, right? I would think they have language options. Ooh, Butcher. Love me a Butcher. This is a really decent Mardu vehicle deck. I've been consistently impressed by this deck. The more I look at this deck, the more impressed I've been. Butcher the Horde. I haven't seen this guy in years. 4 mana, 5/4 flyer. Sack another creature. Gets your choice of Vigilance, Lifelink, or Haste. Are they going to gain control of something? Do we have a threaten effect coming? Era not admirable. Vehicles you control have flying. It is really Mardu vehicles. That is so cool. It's so cool. MTG was English only? That's disappointing. If we draw land, we're probably going to end up using Malfunction and just cracking Myriad Landscape. I think that's the best thing we can do right now because we're such not a threat on this board. I would like to mention that if this Orochi deck ever gets any sort of way to like pump up their team, they win the game immediately. Like a single overrun, they just win. Which is very scary. Double striking 6/6 flyer. That'll work. Colossus probably going to get lifelink and double strike again. Yep. We're also like a Mana Geyser away from doing insane things. We can Mana Geyser into double Mana Geyser into like Mindslaver. Yeah, we can Mindslaver and play Mags of the Jar in the same turn, which seems pretty good. Alright. So we're going to see the Winding... Oh, Anguish Unmaking. Just going to exile the Butcher of the Horde is interesting. So Anguish Unmaking, not the card I... Not what I was expecting to see there. Did they draw more removal out of nowhere? Rex Sage coming down. I forgot about Rex Sage. Is just going to kill the Cultivator's Caravan. Jeez. Cultivator Caravan goes down. Well, that was bad overall. This Rayhan deck has been incredibly resilient out of nowhere. Like, they've been drawing like an absolute fiend. Gotta take this card out of the deck. This should be something else. Oh, I can't. It starts with M, duh. In my head, I'm like, man, there's so many better cards to play than Magmatic Insight. And then I remind myself, wait, yeah, everything has to start with M. I was like thinking this was a real deck for a second. Like, for an honest second, I'm like, man, Tormented Voice would be so much better than Magmatic Insight. Why aren't we playing that? And I was like, oh yeah, that's right, everything starts with M. I got really excited. I was like, yeah, we could do something a lot better than what we're doing right now. Might still be better if the cards we should be playing. We should be playing Maze with the deck. Probably should be playing Meditate. We should be playing Niche in the Mind Cage, that's for sure. We should be playing Memory Jar. And Discipline. And Scroll. Oh, man. This deck could be so much better. Tom, what's wrong with you? Tom, come on. This is disappointing. Playing Messenger Drake. Or a Meteorite. Or a Majai-Jin, which is a really fun card, by the way. I love Majai-Jin. We should be playing Millikan, I'll tell you that right now. Oh, man. Our deck could be so much better. Let's see what they find with the Johnny. They find nothing off of Ajani. That's good. They finally miss off Ajani. That's rare, but it does happen. Alright, let's... Because I know I'm going to play this deck again in the future, so let's fix this real quick. This is embarrassing. Hey, are we playing Manic Vandal? Good. It's going to be really angry. Hey, it's our turn. We did not draw land. Alright. I still can't believe that we are just consistently not drawing lands. I can believe it, but it does annoy me. Like, this deck does feature lands. Like, we have to pop Landscape, and we can't do anything else after that. We've seen 20 cards in our deck, and we've seen 6 lands. Whatever. We'll just continue not doing anything. Play Magus of the Jar, tap and pass. We got nothing else we can do. Wait for the Wrath effect. That kills all our stuff. I was thinking playing Mana Barbs for more hate would be kind of funny. So I think we look to play Mad Prophet. Is there already one in there? There is already one in here. Alright. Good point. Magma Sword would be hilarious. Not gonna play Magma Rift, that's for sure. We should probably stop playing Magmatic Insight. Are we playing Magma? We're not playing Magma. We should be playing Magma. Probably should be playing Magnifying Glass in this deck. I wouldn't be surprised. It would be a good card. How this deck has been working. Magus of the Future over Magus of the Jar. We don't need Mahamijin. We have Magus of the Wheel, which is good. We don't need Malfunction. We have Malignus, which is nice. Where's Mana Cache? Huh. This seems terrible. We're being attacked by an Oran Viper that can't be blocked. They're going to put a copy of Oran Vipers onto the stack, targeting their opponents. But I guess they're also going to make them blockable. Mana Prism seems fine as well. No blocks, the unblockable creature. Give me... I already have a Manolith in here. Man, I already have so much mana in this deck. Man or Gargoyle could be fun. March of the Machines isn't good enough. This is weird. I don't really know how to go from here. Let's leave this for another time. How is this game ending? They draw 3 cards off of all their Vipers. Fair. Magus of the Jar, by the way. 5 mana, 3/3. Sack it. Each player just exiles all cards from their hand face down and draws 7. Beginning the next end step, each player discards their hand. They get to cultivate. Mana Clash? Mana Clash would be hilarious, actually. Especially in this deck, because we could copy it. I mean, the worst part is that the board is going to be Wrath soon. So, like, doing it this way... We probably should just pop the Myriad Landscape. My best guess. If I'm the Casado player, I'm making this Metalwork Colossus unblockable. That's really what they should be aiming to do. Make it unblockable. Let it just absolutely destroy our top right player. Put him to 12. Austere Command, getting rid of all enchantments and creatures that cost 3 or less. Alright. I would like to say goodbye to our snake player. Thank you for trying. You no longer matter. We lose nothing. It's nice. Your EDH group has a house rule where it doesn't end until someone dies or Mana Clash. That's hilarious and very scary. Alright, Rayhan is gone. We lose nothing. Ooh! Aw, I thought they were going to put 6+1/+1 counters on my Mystics of the Is Magnus. That would have been great. Yeah, we have no lands to discard. You need a land to discard to Magmatic Insight, which is why I'm probably taking it out of this deck. Because it just does nothing when you don't have that. Huh. This is an interesting card I didn't know existed. Alright, they're going to once again flash in a creature to block. I wonder what they're trying to flash in. Oh god, this seems pretty big. Sun Titan returns. which brings back the Rex Sage or the Phyrexian Arena. They bring back the Reclamation Sage. Probably to destroy this Metalwork Colossus. Oh my god, this player is just the most annoying thing in the world. This is insane. Yep, destroying the Metalwork Colossus. Hopefully we can find something of value. I don't know how he has all these answers. It's crazy at this point how many times this guy has just had the perfect answer every single time. It's obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious. So the one thing we're going to have to remember to do is, if we get to crack Magus of the Jar, is to not immediately play a land before we crack the Magus. Because when we crack the Magus, we're going to want to play any lands we find there. That's if Magus lives till our next turn. Just not counting on. I mean, I don't think you're wrong. Yeah, this is a Magus. Ooh, King Makar. Ooh, King Makar. That is actually really good here. You can use King Makar to crew vehicles, and then when he untaps, you just get to start exiling stuff, which is real nice. Where's Makar? Right here. He's about to go in a sky skiff and just fly around town, I'll tell you that. Look at the top 4 again. Let's see what they find. Hopefully nothing too good. They find a Gerard Golgari Lichlord. That's actually pretty good. It's going to be an issue. Black, black, green, green, 2/2. Gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard. 1 black, green, sacrifice another creature. Each opponent loses life equal to the creature's power. You can sacrifice a swamp and a forest to return it to your hand. Sun Titan gonna attack in. Interesting choice for the Rex Sage. Bringing back the Phyrexian Arena. Oh, that's why they're taking the Rex Sage. They want them to block with the King Makar so that they can splash in their general and eat the King Makar. Just cute. Dude, where's Makar? I cannot block, so I will not block. It's easy enough for me. Alright, do we get to crack this Magus of the Jar? I really would like to do that. Nice. A mountain, which we will not play. We're going to sacrifice this and draw 7. We draw exactly 1 land. Nice. So we can bounce the Sun Titan to their hand, so they're forced to discard it into turn, which is kind of cute. We can also Manic Vandal, killing the Gilded Lotus. And then I think we just play Mind's Dilation, let's be honest. It's the best card we have in our hand. Not gonna get much better. Mind's Dilation pass. Got nothing else. Mind's Dilation is a 7-mana enchantment. Whenever an opponent casts his or her first spell each turn, that player exiles the top card of their library. If it's a non-land card, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. Alright, that's it for me. I got nothing. This deck is an embarrassment. It only has cards that start with M, and they are not good. At least we have a land in hand now. That's nice. If we Mind Spring for 4, we end up discarding all the cards we Mind Spring for, actually. Because of how the Mags of the Jar works. Whoa, what's this? The huge Genesis Wave? Roji Hatchery for 6. What's the top card of your library? Come on. I would like to cast a... Do I want to cast this? I do. It gives me 2 snakes. Nice. I will cast your Patagia Viper. A flying 2/1. That's going to give me 2 blockers. Sweet. I like this. This deck is mierda, which is Spanish for shit. Yeah. I'd like to mention that it actually isn't, but we are just not doing great due to lack of lands. If we had hit a land every single turn, I think we win this game. Ooh, I've never seen the snakes off of the Viper. These things are so cool. These things are awesome. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's awesome, awesome. So the King Makar has to remind itself to crew the skiff here. They Orochi Hatchery for 6. Now they can pay 5 mana, tap it, make 6/1/1 snakes. These snakes are so cool. I love this art. All right, just make sure you crew Makar. There we go. Well, we've seen 28 of our cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've seen 8 lands, so it's been 29 lands, 8 lands. 5-color Blood Moon sounds hilarious. Alright. Does the King Makar get to untap and exile Sun Titan? Find out right now. Sweet, alright. King Makar going to exile Reclamation Sage. Interesting choice. Very interesting choice. Alright, exile the Reclamation Sage. They get a gold. So King Makar, when it becomes untapped, you get to exile a creature. If you do, you create an artifact token named Gold. And you can sacrifice it. So you get a gold token. This is also the art from Guild. You can sacrifice this to get an extra mana. Noxious Gearhulk. Oh, they want to kill the Sun Titan instead of exiling it. Alright. Do we get to hit off of the Mind's Dilation? We do not. We exile their Inventor's Fair. That's fine. I'm not the biggest fan of just straight up killing the Sun Titan, but you do get to gain life that way, which is better for them. I think you probably want to go to exile it more, but it's definitely a their choice kind of thing. There's a Revel Arc in their graveyard now, so it's going to get pretty bad pretty quickly. You certainly should not attack with this Sky Skiff. They get away with this? Oh, nice. Color me surprised. Alright, there goes Ajani. And a Chief of the Foundry. Other artifacts get +1/+1. I guess, yeah, the exiling Reclamation Stage is really important there, especially when you see how grindy this junk deck is. So now they play their flying dude. That returns cards to their hand. Yavi Elder, I would like to cash your Hooded Hydra. Immediately dies. Which I find hilarious. Goodbye, Hooded Hydra. We actually probably should have left it exiled. I don't think it's going to affect anything, but if they need to get back this Hooded Hydra in the future, it does affect something. They play and sack Yavimaya Elder. Alright. Arena triggers. To monocolor monoletter, it would have to be with like a T or an S or an M, I think. That's got to be the only way you can really do it. I don't think it'd be good, but you could probably go monocolor monoletter. But yeah, T, S, M, maybe A. Oh, just go straight to us. Nice. I'll take it. Ooh, an island, you say? Start by discarding this island to Magmatic Insight. Do we want to Mirari this? No, we don't want to Mirari this. Just draw 2 seems better. Summonings and Disaster are great draws. Get 2 extra basics with Myriad Landscape. Island. Cast Malfunction on Gilded Lotus, probably. Actually, probably on the Orochi Hatchery. Oof. I don't know what the answer is to this one. Do we just play the Mercurial guys? So we have 2 options. We can Malfunction or Geist. And if we Malfunction, we either tap down the Hatchery or we tap down this Gilded Lotus, which has also been a big issue so far this game. I think we go for the... We're not going to put it on Makar. Makar is going to end up exiling their creatures more than anything else. I'm not that worried about the Orochi Hatchery because of the Molten Disaster, so I'm actually going to put on the Gilded Lotus. Just pass. Good enough for me. That's all I gotta do. Ooh, they do have a plan. What are they gonna do for 5 in green? They have an instant speed artifact or enchant removal? It's the most likely. Nope, they're just gonna let it pass. Sweet. Alright, that's good. No attacks or blocks. Pass. I got nothing else to do. Yeah, S is actually really easy. Yeah. Well, Mirari does end up malfunctioning in the story, so it's a malfunctioning Mirari, of course. In case you can't tell, it's a malfunction Mirari, because we still haven't used the Mirari in our malfunction. What is your major malfunction, sir? I don't have a malfunction. I just got a Mirari that's malfunctioning. It's eventually gonna encase the entire world in ice, of course. As per usual. That's just how life works. Alright. Give me something good. Like cultivate. I will accept Kanamis Reach or exiling your command tower also works. Thank you. Sasuke Summons gets cast again. They do constantly cover up lands and get in the way. I do really wish they coded this enchantment stuff better. Okay, King Makar untaps. I'm gonna guess exiling Mizzix. Exiling Casado. Okay. I don't exactly agree with that play, I'm gonna be honest. I think you can get rid of the Mizzix. Right now he's decreasing the cost of my spells by 4. Which is real good. But alright. They just don't make those Gilded Lotuses like they used to. It's a fact. We can probably expect Bruce Tarl and Timna to come down this turn. Alright. Do we get anything off the Dilation? This is how Dilation usually works, by the way. Most of the time, you don't get anything. Nope. Rogue's Passage exiled, though. So far, we've gotten a Patagia Viper that has given us exactly 2 snakes. Mind's Dilation is very, very weird that way. I swear. Most of the time, Mind's Dilation is just like, what if we just exiled lands all the time? Which is fine. I mean, could be worse. Are they going to play the Timna as well? Looks like they are. Yep, Timna hits the field as well. Start drawing some cards off of this. If they animate the Skiff, Skiff can hit us. This flyer here can attack that player, and they can draw 2 to 3 cards. Which looks like they're going to do. Oh yeah, Patagia Viper and Hooded Hydra. I apologize. I did forget about that. This player has 6 cards in hand again. My word. 3 going that way, 3 going this way. Double checking 6-5 going that way. With Menace. Was that barking? Oh, I did not realize I was barking. Must have had a small stroke there. No blocks on my side. I think it might have been my chair. Probably the chair. Ooh, no blocks on the Gear Hulk. I like how it seems like everyone has a plan for the Mardu deck right now. No one's really trying to directly affect it. It's kind of like, yeah, it's fine. Whatever. They're going to be able to pay 3 life and draw 3 cards with this Timna the Weaver, though, which is really strong. $19, $26, $21, respectively. They're going to be able to draw 3 cards off this Timna the Weaver. We're all just going to end up dying to, like, some stupid combo in this junk deck. They're just going to, like, go infinite Revel Arcs and we lose. Alright, they draw 3. Yes, Malfunction tried to block the Gear Hulk. That is true. Alright. Winding Canyons activates. I'm guessing they play their commander? We'll see what comes down here. Massacre Worm, Hangerback Walker. I would like to cast this Coalition Relic. Thank you for asking. I severely want to cast this Coalition Relic. Yes, please. Oh my gosh, that's a beautiful draw. That is so good here. Hangerback Walker on 4 hits the field. We get a Rogue's Passage. Ooh. Getting fancy. Still have 6 cards in hand. They're at 18. Oh, no, no, I can cast the Coalition Relic. We're not going to pretend this card doesn't do its job. I don't know why she has the spiky things. I don't like the spiky things. BDT, thank you for resubscribing. That's awesome. We're going to put a charge count on Coalition Relic. Good job, us. We have coalesced. Ooh, sweet. I'm really happy we're drawing lands. All right, give me a blue. We'll play this land. Cast ourselves a Chemister. Like, I'm guessing our top right player has some sort of Wrath effect, so I'm not going to try and go all in on this. Feels like a bad call. Somebody rang the doorbell and I don't know why. So I'm like looking out my window to figure it out. Okay, yeah. It was just some dude trying to sell stuff. Not in on that. Alright, blue, 1, 2, 3. I don't want to cast the Geist here. Do I play the summonings? Do I play the summonings? This guy, obviously. I don't know. This is going to be weird. Bye, Fitzy. Oh, let's play summonings. Let's do something productive. Summoning's really good with the Mind's Dilation because now if our opponents do anything, if we get to get a spell off our opponents, we also get to trigger the Metallurgy summonings. Oh, they're just going to make a bunch. They're just going to make 6 snakes, aren't they? I'm so dumb. Of course that's what they're doing. Make 6 snakes. I am very worried about this player just like flashing in Massacre Worm out of nowhere. That's probably the thing I'm the most... Yeah, that's definitely the thing I'm the most scared of. But we'll see how this progresses. They have a lot of lands on the side of the field, to tell you that. 14, 15 lands? Darn. Don't think they want 15 lands right now. It's like all roads lead through these two decks. I'm slowly developing a board, which is probably going to hurt me more than help me, but... Yeah, I really don't know how this game ends. Actually, I'm pretty sure I do know how this game ends. Either the snake deck loses, either the snake deck goes for an overrun play, then they have to make sure the snake deck doesn't win for the overrun play, or we end up in a situation where... Let me think this out. If I end up on a one-on-one battle with somebody, we do have a Mindslaver in hand, which can do some work. I'd like to mention that our middle player and our top right player are down to 9 minutes and 14 minutes respectively. That's how long this game's gone. Our middle players use 31 minutes. Our top right players use 25. We've used less than 9 so far. Come on, Dilation. Give me something good. Or nothing. Nothing also works. A man will accept nothing. Breeding Pool exiled. I'm certainly not counting out this player. They can definitely win. Sword of Feast and Famine does a lot of work in winning. I'll tell you that. Very happy I have a blocker for it. I think everyone has a blocker. Yeah, everyone has a blocker for the snake. My Mind Claw Shaman is going to run in front of this so quick. Oh, interesting. Okay. Guess this is a 3/3. I mean, no blocks on my side. Are they going to get the free Orochi Hatchery hit here? Wow, no blocks. All right. You probably tap Orochi Hatchery here. Yep. Make 6 more 1/1s. And tap all your lands. Man, if our top right player has Massacre Worm, it's going to be one of the biggest blowouts I've ever seen. This player just dies immediately. Malfunction trying to go for blocks. Is unable to block here. Everyone is saddened. Let's play Casado here. They're just going to play Casado. I like this Casado play, by the way. If you're looking to defeat the junk player, you can make this guy's players unblockable and be able to kill the junk player. I think it's important. You do want to put the Sword of Feast and Famine on it, though, so that it can't be targeted by King Makar. Our top right player is playing Rayhan and Ravos, which has been doing disgusting things. All right, they are leaning really hard into Massacre Worm here. Or Demon of Dark Schemes, or one of those other guys. As are we. Like, it kills our Mizzix, kills basically all of our stuff, so. At this point, they're dead either way, so you just kind of go for it. Alright, so this is going to have prop black, so it can't be eaten by King Makar, which is probably a good thing. I would assume King Makar either eats our Mercurial Chemister or a Mizzix. I think both of them are very good targets. You probably get the Mizzix. I would get the Mizzix here. I could definitely see getting Chemister, though, if you don't want us to draw cards. They go to exile the Hangerback Walker. Okay. I'll take it. It's a very good answer to Hangerback Walker, by the way. Oh, were you going to Hangerback Walker or something? What if I just exiled it instead? Alright, in response, they're going to activate Winding Canyons. They're going to look to flash in a creature at instant speed here. Probably something so you can sacrifice the Hangerback Walker. Like a Yeheni? Gerard is hitting the field. I get nothing again. Exile another command tower. Come on, Mind's Dilation. Could you try and be a better card, like, for a second? We're all going to take 4 from them sacrificing the Hangerback Walker to Gerard. Come on, Mind's Dilation. Don't play me like that. Does this mean they lose? They take 12 here. They can give 1 creature unblockability, so they don't lose. Okay, they're going to give it +1/+1 first. That's fair. Then they're going to sacrifice it. Make 5/1/1s. We've exiled a lot of lands with Mind's Dilation, I'll tell you that right now. So each of us is going to lose 5. They're going to make 5/1/1s. With flying. Alright, Mardu player, you drew 3 cards last turn. You got 8 minutes left. Discarded a mountain. Alright, don't time out. I gave you 40 minutes. 40 minutes is more than enough time to win a game. Even with like an Astral Slide, Panharmonicon crazy deck. Gear Shift Ace. Come on, Mind's Dilation. Give me something. Speedway Fanatic. I'm in. I'll take a 2-1 with haste. Let's go. So if this crew's a vehicle, that vehicle gains first strike. 5 Thopters. Crew in the Sky Skiff with King Makar. Great, we can crew our vehicles now. We could before, but now they have haste. If her vehicle even had a break, she couldn't tell you which pedal it is. That's actually a really good flavor text. I like that a lot. That's really cute. I'm really sure if you send this Noxious Gear Hulk, it's unblockable. Oof. I don't like that as much. Are we all just dead now? So 18, 16, 18. This player's at 46. At what point do we have to start worrying about this Mardu vehicle deck? Is it now? Do we have to worry about it now? I think the time might be now. The problem is, this Gerard is just going to kill us regardless. Ooh. Reckless Fireweaver's a problem. And there's God Favorite General, so... We'll have to see what this junk deck does. The problem is this junk deck's going to be able to kill us as well. If that makes sense. If they're able to kill this deck, they're going to be able to kill each of us. Which is obviously a problem. Howdy, Flaming Cheetos. Good to see ya. I mean, 6 cards in hand. They haven't drawn the most cards, funnily enough. This Tymna has been doing work. I've been very impressed by this Tymna the Weaver. For some reason, I thought she was a 2-3. It's going to be like Fumigate. Fumigate would just be insane. As Yanni Steadfast, you say. Vigilance, First Strike, and Lifelink seems really good for you. I get nothing! Come on! Dilation, why? Are they going to make this into armada of 1/1s if they want, with -2? They're going to give something, yeah, they're going to give this First Strike and whatever and whatever. They're going to look to gain 10 life here. First Life, Lifelink, Vigilance. This Dilation is tilting me. Cultivate? Oh, I could add a Cultivate. One, two, three, four, five, 6 mana. Hey, Fitzy. 6 minutes left, 11 minutes left. Wow, gonna give it unblockability here. Alright. I don't think you want this player at this high of a life total, but alright. Interesting choice for sure. Oh, okay. Go to us now. Should be our turn. Sweet. We're gonna generate a blue mana and draw 2 cards with Mercurial Chemister. These M cards are going to win the game someday in the future, I promise. We'll do something eventually. Oh. Oh, we're going to do something now. Oh, we're going to do something right now. Oh, boy. Oh, boys and girls of all ages. Let's draw 2 cards first. Like the Casus Mob rule, gain control of all creatures power 3 or less, please. Do you want to copy this? No, there's no reason to copy it. Okay, I get all the creatures. Oh, Makar triggers and God Favorite General triggers, you don't say. Oh, it's their triggered abilities, though? Come on, I control these creatures. I should be able to choose. This is rather unfair. But they're doing the right thing anyways. Whatever. King Makar is going to look to exile Gerard. They're going to make 2/1/1s with God Favored General. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, I got to do some math here. So I can give something double strike. Oh, wait, no, this doesn't work like I want it to, actually. Oh, shoot. I messed this up, because I don't get the trigger from Sword of Feast and Famine. Oh, I do get the good part of the trigger from this, actually. Draw 2 cards for basically free. Molten Primordial, say. All right. Play Mindslaver here. And then go to attacks. For 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. A lot of damage. A lot of damage. A lot of damage. A lot of damage. I didn't do the math here, but it looks good for us. They don't currently. They should kill our top right player. Sweet. We can tap all our lands. They get to discard their own card, which is kind of hilarious. Wait, we should untap our lands. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Don't we untap our lands? I was so sure we untap our lands. I would have killed them. I was so sure we untap our lands. I was so sure we untap our lands there. Oh no. Well, we super lose now. Well, shoot. Well, that's a big mistake. We should have won the game, basically. What was going to happen was we were going to untap our... I thought we were going to untap our lands. If we didn't untap our lands, what we should have done was just kill this player. What I was worried about was this player conceding before I could kill somebody with their creatures. So I was hoping we get to untap the lands, then be able to cast Molten Disaster for a lot, and then win from there. But instead, we severely messed up. Is Mind's Dilation going to be nice? That's going to be kind of nice. We got a Coastal Piracy for no good reason. But yeah, now we're all just... I don't know if we're all just dead, but nothing good happens here. I know. I should have known, too. That's the worst part. I knew I wasn't going to do the discard, but I forgot I don't get the untap. I totally misread it. So what we should have done was, I think we don't cast a Mass Mutiny there. We end up killing these two players, and then we just take this player's next turn with Mindslaver, and then we untap with this on board, and we've also Wrath Thurber with Molten Disaster, which is much better than what actually happened. Wait, why are they trying to lose the game? This attack makes no sense to me. Like, at all. Now they just lose. They're at 8, we're at 6, the Mardu player wins. I am super confused as far as what they're planning on doing here. You can make as many tokens as you want. You're at 8. He has flyers. What was your goal? What? I am so confused as far as what's happening. This makes no sense. Like we're both dead now. What? Ooh, the soldiers look really cool. Token enchantment creature soldier. We will take one from Reckless Fireweaver. Is there hope this player just wastes 5 minutes and times out? Wait, now this attack also doesn't make sense. Now I'm even more confused. I have no idea how this game works. I figured it out. I figured out that I don't know how the game works. That's what I figured out so far today. I just seriously don't know how the game works anymore. I don't know how Magic the Gathering works. Pretty simple as that. Does this happen? What is happening? Why did it attack me with everything? Aren't I dead? What's going on? I am completely baffled by everything occurring right now. Like... Play a land. Slaver you. Molten Disaster for one. X equals 1. Right? Maybe 2? Let's just keep it at 1, probably. I'm at 4. Is there any way this guy can deal an extra damage? I don't see it. Right? There's no way for him to deal me an extra damage. Let's leave it back. I can leave it back easy. Oh, actually, I'll just do it this way. Alright, my turn. I have lethal, right? Looks like I have lethal. Land. So we have 2, 4, plus 9. Right, this is lethal. Looks like it is. 8, 10, 14, 15. Yeah, this is lethal. We stole this game. Right, 8. This looks like a lot of lethal. Yeah. Should probably count. 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's lethal. Good. Whew. Good job, us. We found lands by the end of the game. Which is fun. That's obnoxious. Alright, that's enough for Magic for at least a while. Either until tomorrow or tonight. That's just silly. That is just silly. Okay, somehow we stole that game. We should have won before, and then we should have lost, and then we should have lost, and then we still won. Just... Okay. Regardless, today's been pretty fun. We've been playing a lot of very silly decks, which is always a blast. And we won with a couple of them, which is also really cool. I will definitely see you soon. Definitely sooner rather than later, either tonight or tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day, and just remember that when you play Magic, just enjoy it. You know, that's kind of the point. It's fun to win, of course. I'm not saying it isn't, but it's also really fun to just enjoy playing Magic. So definitely do that instead. Yeah. Have a great rest of your day.